Did you get my text?
Did you send me a text?
A couple of seconds ago.
No, that's highly inappropriate. That's incredibly like that. That's just Eric. That'll get you canceled. Like I don't even want to repeat the words that were written. Brandon, I can't believe this.
I didn't get it.
Like no, you didn't.
Listen, we will never speak of this again. Ever. Never. Look, I'm going to ignore what Eric wrote. I'm going to ignore what Eric wrote, and I'm going to talk about AMG. I don't care what you wrote. I'm not even going to discuss it. We're not talking about it.
Okay.
We're not talking about it. And hope that no one ever finds out.
I hope you didn't screenshot that, right? You deleted it?
Just saying.
Ooh. What was going on there?
It's been less than a week. We have the National going on. I don't know if you know this. We have the National. We've got this little small.
I got my comfy shoes on.
We got this rinky-dink little card show over in Cleveland that no one's heard of. This thing going on. It's supposed to be positivity for the hobby, and here we go, Mr. Cancel McCancelson over here, trying to destroy the hobby as we know it.
I
am guilty.
Yeah.
No, you shut up. You're not getting us canceled today. We're doing not national coverage. The people demanded. This is what we're going to do. And since that clip brought it up, I am going to briefly mention AMG Collectibles, amgcollectibles.ca, friends of the channel. Appreciate them supporting the channel, the podcast, and all the rest of it going on. And Brad and Sherry are off over in Cleveland. They're hanging out at the National, and they're going to be over at the Fanatics event coming up in a couple of weeks later from that. So we'll get a report from them once they're able to. I did receive word from Brad Harlan in, a text message that can be repeated that doesn't involve cancellation, Eric. So he has stated that he is old, pure exhaustion. Oh. I paraphrase, but that's effectively the answer.
Got it.
See, you're still muted because we're not allowing you to ruin everything. So thank you to AMG. Appreciate you as always. We'll have another podcast episode. By the way, I do recommend, and I'll include a link in the description, I do recommend the last podcast episode because the collector, the scallops, the collector, the people, Steve, in addition to us chatting about some cool cards that came in the store, does have a Steve Potty card, and it gives us a little history, a little background, and talks a little bit about the kind of the minor hockey scene. So if you like the hockeys, again, there's a lot of people that involved at different levels of hockey. It's a lot of fun, but usually they've got stories. So in that case, we had the opportunity to actually go into it a little bit, and he was able to give a little background on it, and he does in fact have a card that apparently is in Beckett. So you can, in fact, apparently get this card, and that means it's eligible for grading. So we may get a graded copy of that at some point. We'll see how that goes. But that'd be kind of fun to see him actually be able to get that graded. That'd be kind of cool. So that was in the last episode. We had a little bit of fun with that one. And he also gave some good tips from Nationals past since he had been to a couple of the different venues. So he's actually able to give a little background on it because he has attended them, several of them. So it's one of those things where it wasn't the wear comfy shoes, the regular standard thing. He was able to be like, okay, so this show is kind of like this. Gave a little bit of background on some of those. Saddler Fan 21 says, here for the 5% less serious coverage of the National, we got you. Mm-hmm. Josh was first out of the gate tonight with it's Friday night. You know what that means? Because I'm Carlos is live. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Well,
exciting times.
I have a few things. When I know Josh is actually here, I have words.
Words? Are they words that we cannot utter?
Oh, I'm uttering them.
Okay.
So later on, when we know Josh is paying attention, he's in the room, I have words.
By the beach.
Justin, and good evening, Dufex. And Dufex actually pulled, by the way, if you guys check out, sometimes you can see people's Instagram handles. If you check out Dufex's Instagram, he actually was able to showcase a very cool Ken Griffey card. So a very cool Ken Griffey card that was a very nice addition there. And some of those 90s Griffies are very impressive, and they are kind of a little bit pricey, but it is a very cool card if you get a chance to check that out. So congrats again, Dufex, on picking that up. We do appreciate the collectors who collect. And actually, what's funny is not national coverage or not, it has been a very good week collection-wise. I was able to get my ComC package here, so I did record the pickup video. That'll be dropping on the channel tomorrow morning. So I have already recorded it, and I've got a couple of fun cards that I did. I already showcased a couple of them on the Instagram. I got a couple of the Dennis PC cards. Got some Chosen Rosen. I got autograph hockeys. I got that. I even got a Chris DeMarco. If anybody knows the AMG episode where we talked about Chris DeMarco and some poker autograph cards, like, listen, I got all kinds. I've got all kinds over here. Lots of stuff.
I know that ComC is definitely shipping stuff out. Okay.
They are.
And I know this because yesterday, I'm sitting in my living room, minding my own business, Okay, trying to emulate you, Carlos, man of peace.
Man of peace.
Doing the best I can to emulate that. Trying to turn over, a new leaf. And I hear in my quiet neighborhood a rather large vehicle. And then I hear beep, 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 beep. And I'm like, what the hell is that?
Go FedEx.
It is a semi-tractor trailer backing up to my front door, dropping off the Beard's ComC order.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? If I counted correctly, I believe there was 4,682 slab.
So Yannick's on light. Good. Okay. He didn't get the 5,000. Okay.
And
apply the restraint.
We had to. They had to bring them in with the dog. I think there was 5 guys working. Okay, bringing them in.
In between making burgers, the 5 guys were able to deliver the package.
Yeah,
I like.
Wow. So, wheeling them in, banging up the woodwork on the door frames and the stairs and the whole. They don't care. They just want to get rid of this junk that the Beard ordered and sent to my house. So I am like inundated. Like you have to walk around like this to get through all the boxes that were delivered to my house yesterday.
Shocking.
Or it could just be that dude sitting in the chair over there. But that's not nearly as fun as a story.
No. I thought that was the story.
Listen, I thought with all this discussion, I thought the beeping and all that, like that's all well and good. And we appreciate that again. Yannick should restrain. I thought it was going to be 5,000 cards plus. So I do appreciate the restraint on that.
Yeah.
But I got to say, and I got to be honest, what I'm keen on finding out more about, because I believe this is what you were actually secretly wanting us to know about. I think you want to tell us about Reggie Lemon. I think you, sir, had some new additions, some Grail level additions.
Oh, Grail.
The Grail.
And this is why I want to make sure I wait for Josh. Oh, and there's asshole now.
Oh.
Indeed.
So, again, minding my own business.
Soon, Will. Soon. The time is nigh. Hold on. We need to make fun of Eric first. Priorities first.
Minding thy own business. The mail person comes to the door. I hear the mail person delivering the mail. I assume it's more packages for the Beard because they just come all day, every day. And I go and I actually see a package for me. But does it bring me joy? No, sir. It brings me no joy.
Secretly, it brings you so much joy.
Is what I find at my front.
They know about your high school nickname. Good.
Eric Wayne.
And I see that. Let me see here. And I see that name on it. This brings me no joy because, one, I don't want that psycho knowing where I live.
Too late.
And yet he does.
And that scares the hell out of me.
And listen, I have no idea who could have provided that information.
Oh, I think you very well know who did that.
So now you're stuck with the mail person. I am
automatically in a panic, knowing that this psycho now has my address and can find me. So that I'm very concerned about. I bring it to the police station, as any smart person would.
And then they chase you out of the police station because of the outstanding warrants. Go on.
Well, I went in with a fake beard and like the glasses with the nose. They didn't recognize me. So we had the bomb sniffing dogs go over it. We put it through a scanner.
CT scanner?
Yes. Yeah, CT scanner. What other scanners do we use in this hobby?
Go on.
Right. We had the drug sniffing dogs. All right, because I want to make sure that this thing is safe to open. Police assure me that it's safe. I laugh in their face. I go home carefully with my trusty razor knife.
You got 457 knives and you use the cheap use the cheap cutter.
Yeah, I'm not gonna listen. There'll be a goddamn day that I use the old bench blade here.
It would give you reason to sharpen it.
No, I will never ever let my beautiful Benchmade touch a Josh envelope.
Oh,
that's just not happening. Okay, no, you get the cheapie. That's all Josh gets. I open up this package of doom carefully.
Good evening, Amanda.
Hello, Amanda. I'm sorry that you have to come in and hear this horrible story.
So am I.
And I open the package.
I'm waiting for the punchline.
And I find 2 cards. Now you'd think, how nice, Josh on his own.
Hell of a guy.
You know, Bobby, for a little bit there, I was thinking we were back on the War and Peace bit. Like, we're are you sure we're not on that thing?
Waiting for 4 score.
All right, go ahead, Eric.
I don't know.
You would think some people might be thinking, "Oh, that's so nice, Josh. What a thoughtful guy.
A reasonable person, a man of peace."
No.
Yes.
He sends me these monstrosities.
Yeah, right. Listen, Reggie's your favorite player. You can't call him a monstrosity. How dare you?
You have the
exotic, the nicest lemonlins I've ever seen.
1 of 1.
With the Loch Ness Monster in the background. That's awesome.
Monster.
Amazing. Sensational.
Nessie.
Disgusting.
Right. Amazing.
Then you have the out of 10 exotic tiger. Grrr.
Amazing. Sensational.
I hate Leaf. They have desecrated this hobby with this utter
with this Reggie Lemon card. Yes.
And I now hate Josh even more than I did before.
As Carvive says, masterpieces.
No, for taunting me with these, because this isn't a hey, I thought you'd like these, let me send them to you. This is a na 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 na. Look what they did to your favorite player. They put Nessie and tiger stripes on them. Eat shit and die. That's what.
Who win a battle between the two?
Well, you know what's interesting though.
Tigers do swim well. I know that.
Yeah. So, Bobby, I was thinking to myself, when Eric shared initially that these cards came in, I thought, first of all, masterpiece, moi, chef's kiss, beautiful. But then I also thought to myself, I was like, well, Eric seems to be suffering horribly. And luckily, thankfully, there are no more Reggie Lemon cards coming in. None. There is not a single card coming in under this guy. Not one. Not a single one. And there definitely aren't more down the pipeline that at some point may bounce off Eric's skull at a time and place of our choosing, because there is no, Bobby, I want to be clear about this. There is no secret cabal of people out to get this man. None. And I will not hear any words or any thoughts on this. I assure you that is the end. There is no more. It is over, finito.
My only question is, how well do they burn?
I would like to know how well they burn. Okay. Burn them all.
That's all I want to know. How do 1 of 1 exotic mythical Loch Ness Monster Leaf garbage cards, how well do they burn?
I think you should find out. Listen, I think you should go to the source though. I think you should burn Reggie. Light him on fire. Burn his ass. Let's go.
I love Reggie.
He is the cause of this. No Reggie cards. You must destroy the source. It can only be destroyed if you kill the head vampire. You must end it.
Panini did a beautiful job.
Burn it. Burn it now.
That sits on the desk.
Put on the fire flames.
I talk to him. I sit down at my desk and I go, "Hi, Reggie. How are you?" And
All right. While he's babbling about nothing, I'll read a couple of the comments. Oh, by the way, thank you all for the comments. Appreciate you.
I'll just finish this story first. So the end result is now the story gets way worse. Is now every time the postal person comes by, they're gonna go, "Hey, mail! I got more packages for you."
Mm-hmm.
It's coming.
It's the epicenter of Mayo in Worcester,
Yeah,
Massachusetts,
he saw it,
or wherever the
you
hell Eric
see it.
claims
You
to be from.
can't unsee it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So Carlisle here. Good evening, Carlisle. I certainly hope everyone is in comfortable shoes. Apparently, it's required this week. You are damn right. Philly Joe. Good evening. Good evening to you. Defect said, "What kind of night did you use to open the envelope?" Unfortunately, he did address that, so we got that covered. The old Anthrax card trick. Well played. Truth. Manda said, "Eric, I sent some mail your way too." No doubt. Thank you, Manda. Card Vibe said, "Masterpieces." Sadler says, "Should have put them in Beckett's slabs before they were sent." I know. Amazing. Jeff says, "Hello, everyone." Good evening, Jeff. CC, good evening, gents. Eric, nice one of a card of Regine with the tail. I know. Eric has a really funny way of saying things. Yeah, this is like this is like a New England, Massachusetts, like it's this long drawn out thing. Like, literally, Josh, listen, I can assure you, and listen, Eric's not even going to argue with me on this. Like, he's agreeing with everything I'm saying. See, he's sitting there like he was waxing poetic. Oh my God, these are the greatest things that have ever happened in my collection. Josh is so thoughtful. Like, I am beyond grateful. Gratitude is not enough to account for exactly how I feel about this. I can only hope that down the road, the hobby community sees this and understands that I am not content to merely have a copy of all these Reggies. I need all the copies. If it's out of 5, I need 5. If it's out of 10, I need 10. I need all the Reggies.
The funny part about that is it's probably obtainable.
It probably is. Mm-hmm. That seems thoughtful, Eric. That's right. Very thoughtful. You got it, Amanda. You got it. Don't let Eric's, outward lack of gratitude dissuade you. He was waxing poetic on his undying love for these cards. The affection he has for it, it's incredible. Sensational. And a heartwarming hobby moment, truly. In this week of the Nacional, a heartwarming hobby moment. Wonderful. Wonderful. Splendid. Splendid. But yes. Now, I have been enjoying, I don't know about the rest of you, but obviously with all the stuff going on, I have been enjoying the sheer quantity. I enjoy the flood of national vlogs. It's quite a bit going on, obviously. Very enjoyable from my perspective because I get a kick out of it. But I got to say, kind of going into what I've talked about in the past, you know what's funny though? I was watching, and so one of the things I was concerned with that I was wondering about going into it was, okay, how many people are going to be there? It looks like a lot based on the lines and everything going on. Apparently the traffic situation getting in and out of the parking lot is pretty crazy because apparently they're not directing traffic very well. The convention itself seems to be pretty good. They seem to be struggling, though, with handling the capacity because they seem to have a lot. Even the trade nights have a pretty good space, but obviously you seem to have a lot of pinch points in it. So that's kind of a design of the convention center kind of deal. But I got to be honest, my big takeaway, Bobby, is that it is kind of a packed area. And it was interesting how that worked out. Even the kind of YouTube get-together that Mike Baseball Collector and all those guys put on. That one, even that felt kind of packed inside of the space they had and everything. So obviously, number one, a lot of people seem to have made their way out to it. Good on them. And number two, I feel more validated than ever on my stance to be like, I'm banned from the National. I like my space, man. I don't need any of that shit in my life.
No, I get it.
So it's kind of like, good on you, kids. Have a good time. Have fun, you crazy kids. I'm enjoying my beautiful space.
Most of the videos I saw looked like a game show.
Oh, yeah.
Well, just that, all the things going on. Come on over to our booth. We'll give you this and this and this. We'll give you this and this and that. It's like, okay. All right. Anybody buy any cards here?
Well, listen, there's from what I see, it looks like if you're looking for certain types of things, I actually think that show probably would do very well for you. If you are looking to network, obviously very good for you in that regard. And if you're looking to hang out with certain folks that are there, I think, again, that's going to work out very well for you. If you like if you don't like really large crowds, though, I think you're going to be very uncomfortable, especially the next couple of, like today, obviously Friday, maybe Saturday should be pretty busy, I would think.
Yep.
So today and tomorrow should be pretty heavy duty in terms of that. And even the folks that are like gun-ho about it, even are like, yeah, we left by 2:00. Which is to say, basically, like, it's getting a little tight around here. Like we We, the people who really want to hang out at this thing, are finding it to be a bit much. And that's tough. That I posed that question a couple of nationals ago. I asked, does it get to be a point that it's too big? Did you cross that line? It's an invisible line. It's hard to say when that line is crossed. But did you cross the point where it's like almost too much for the average convention goer? It's like, look, I would like more than half an inch of space between me and the next person to be able to, I'd like to be able to look at a couple of these booths and look at some of this stuff. I need more than half a second to evaluate what I'm trying to do. And if I've got people bumping in me left and right, center, that's not a great experience.
No, that's bad. And you expect better from a major event.
Well, the thing though is, if you saw the episodes from the first couple of days, they actually made the aisles wider. Mm-hmm. Like versus Chicago, the aisles are wider, like comfortably wider. It shows you though that and by the way, the configuration is a rectangle, so it's more conventional, it's more straightforward in terms of that. And even then, and they had more seating areas and all these, and it still felt cramped and it still felt like tight for people. It's just like, I like, how much bigger of a space then they're going to need? Like, you need to add another 200,000 square feet. How much more? So to put it into contrast, Eric, you've been to the expo. So I think based on the number they gave, that convention center is 2.5 times the expo space in terms of square footage. So 2.5 times the square footage.
You're not even going to see everything. It's there's no way somebody is going to be able to see every single thing if something's that big. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but if your goal is I'm going to go there and I'm going to walk just all day, every day, and I'm going to see everything. No, you're not. Not if you stop and look at stuff. Not if you, stop to eat. Not if you, stop to talk to a friend. You're never going to see it all.
Yeah. I just think it was interesting. And like I said, it's not to be clear, it's not a judgment on it. Because if you had a good experience, because I saw a lot of the vlogs and some people found grail cards for them, cards they've been chasing after, and that's good. And obviously some of them got to enjoy hanging out with their friends and, they went to the restaurant and had that I'm totally on board with. Obviously that's the part of the expo that I enjoy the most. So I'm not going to knock that at all because it's totally on brand. Yeah. The only thing that's kind of interesting is that it does get a bit tricky because once you reach a certain saturation point, I like having a little physical space around me. It's not even a claustrophobia thing or whatever, or not dealing with people. It's that it's just uncomfortable if you don't have enough room to maneuver or try to move around or do what you want to do, let alone for people who maybe have trouble walking or people who need a little bit more space or time to be. I can walk perfectly fine. I can walk very quickly and zip around, but I'm still would have to bob and weave and do a whole bunch of, I have to pull some Barry Sanders moves from 1990 in order to be able to get around all these people. That's not a lot of fun to me. That sounds really annoying. It would get real aggravating real quick to have to deal with that. And even the YouTube get together. Obviously, a lot of people were able to chat, hang out, like you could tell. Although I did see Mike Canadian cards, and I gotta say, I saw that vlog. I saw one of the vlogs, and I saw light beer. Mike,
really?
We're gonna have to have words. Do not bring shame upon this house with the light beer. If you wanted water, you could have asked for water.
It's light American beer. Oh.
If you wanted water, you could have asked for water.
That's it.
It's superior hydration. Why would you go for the light beer?
Oh, they keep on crossing these Rubicons.
Mike, we cannot stray this far from the Lord. Mike, come back to the light.
Please.
But we'll get to that later. We'll address that later. The point is, even in that inside of that situation, you've got, like in that vlog, I recognized a lot of folks because from different YouTube and blogs and things. So cool from that perspective. But I'm getting to enjoy it vicariously. I don't have to be there and physically in the room weaving around these people. I get to watch somebody else weave around these people and recognize the faces and everything. But I just thought it was very funny because I'm sitting there like, I think it's very neat, the amount of people that I saw. But my thought was, my takeaway, for some people, it's like FOMO. Oh my God, I wish I was there. For me, it'd be like, that would be really annoying.
Yeah.
I might want to chat with these folks, but God, that would be annoying to maneuver around. Like that would piss me off, actually.
The only negative thing that we all, did back in November that we agreed on was that Saturday at the expo, there was too many people, right? It was super crowded. What? The hallway, we all agreed, was actually dangerous.
Yeah.
And the fire marshal should have shut the whole thing down. That's not fun. Nobody was having fun on Saturday. And And if you are traveling far distances and this is your big vacation and this is your big money drop and this is what you wait all year for, and if you mostly feel like you're just in a herd of cattle and you can't even stop at a table you want because the crowd is pushing you, that's not fun. There's a local show here once a month at a hotel, and I stopped going to it because they are cramming too many tables and too many people in the room that has been provided to them. And you can't even stop to look at anything. Now, that's just a monthly show locally. If I am putting, everything on, my calendar and my bank account and my time and everything, my vacation time and everything, and I'm heading to the National, and you're just like this, like that Saturday in November, I'm never doing that again. I'll be like, that sucked.
Yeah. And one thing I'll add, really, that you kind of touched on there is that given the nature of this show, you have to book things so far in advance in order to not have to take scraps for whatever's left over. People that are at the National right now are probably making hotel bookings for Chicago before this show's even over. In some cases, if they want to have first pick of some of the primo hotels that are closer and better located, like the hotel that I did book before I canceled it was an excellent location relative to the show and everything, and a nice hotel. You need to book that in advance. You want to get a booking there, you have to set it up. Now, it's not to say there can't be cancellations or something, but so you have to plan so far in advance and commit resources so far in advance in order to assure yourself that everything's cool. It's tricky because if it's anything, if it's a suboptimal experience, that's tough, man. But I have no doubt, there are people that will swear by it no matter what. And of course, you wanted to go there so badly, you're probably going to be a lot more accommodating. You're probably going to let a lot of stuff slide than under other circumstances. But we talked about before, I treat some of these shows like a vacation. I don't like being unduly stressed on my vacation. I don't like being irritated on my vacation. I like to enjoy I like to be very zen on my vacation. It's kind of the point of the vacation thing. I want to be very chill.
Yeah. And I just don't see how that is zen. I see it's like organized chaos. And I don't enjoy being in large, packed crowds. It isn't like I have a phobia. I just who does like being shoulder to shoulder and walking through a crowd like this? I don't think anyone enjoys.
There's a guy. There's always a guy.
There's always a guy, and he probably likes feet, so he's probably some weirdo.
And I don't walk with my hands up like that. Just saying.
Sean says here, hey guys, any footage from Banish?
Give me more room.
It is projection. So Sean was saying, hey guys, any footage from Banisher at the National? Not that I've seen. However, I did see on the Facebook page for PSA, I want to say, or Chris Carlin, who works with PSA on kind of their PR side. I did see that Brad attended one of the baseball games. So I did see, because they have he shared a bunch of photos that he took. So I know that Brad's somewhere out there. He was checking out, he at least checked out a baseball game, which is wise. If you're going to go there, go to a baseball game.
Yeah.
The stadium's actually nice. I enjoyed it when I visited. I enjoyed that. If you can make it out, Canton's fun. If you're interested in football, it's actually pretty good. You got to take your time with the tour, enjoy it. Go walk around and examine the exhibit. Look, you can find out historical ancient relics of when Cleveland had a good football team. That's the only place you can find these ancient relics of a bygone civilization where Cleveland had a valid football team. Think about it.
I just want to say that I sincerely hope that Sherry is having a good time.
I'm sure she is.
There you go. I will have to check in. I've wanted to check with Brad first because I was curious.
No. I sincerely hope Sherry is having a good time.
Good for you.
Good.
It's okay. Sherry will still co-sign on my treating you horribly. So I just want to let you know that.
That's probably true.
They get AMG Collectibles.
You don't need to mention that other person though.
Okay. So Carlos says I'd rather go to a shop than a show, which is fair. Again, our point is not to denounce the National, because if you enjoy it, then it's great. Our only point was that it is not for everyone. However, if you go, then decide for yourself. Figure out if it works or not. I thought I've enjoyed living vicariously through the vlog because I get to do it from the safety of my house. And I get to be chill, relax. I get to enjoy it. By the way, I bought a card on eBay today. It was great. Made an offer.
You could have did that at the National.
Yeah. And I was able to make an offer on it. The seller accepted right away. I paid for it. I'm going to get my card in a bit. I'll share it in a little bit. A nice addition to the banana collection. Very pleased. Very nice. And I felt the price was fair. So I enjoyed it. So I was like, it's working out great for me. So Average Joe Card Collector, good evening. Luckily, Eric would never have to stop and talk to a friend. Facts.
Yes.
Good evening to Bobby the Goat and Carlos the Entertainer. Thank you, Average Joe. Appreciate you.
Well, first, go pound sand. Second, I wasn't referring to myself because what you said is factual. I was referring to the average person who is, likable and probably has friends and meets up at these major events. I wasn't referring to me. I was talking about like Joe Average.
Average Joe. Yeah.
Average Joe.
Yes,
That's I wasn't talking about me.
Cece here says, if the National sets an attendance record this year, and based on some of the videos I saw, I don't know, it might be interesting. I know it's clearly a strong attendance. I actually thought it'd be a little lighter, but it turns out like no. The videos I'm looking at, like that's pretty full.
Yeah, it's smaller venue though, unfortunately. So
it is, but the days like Thursday is Wednesday, Thursday should be pretty light. The Wednesday was their VIP night, and that was pretty full. Smaller venue or not, like it's not like it's half the size of Chicago. It's smaller, but it's not that much smaller. There's still plenty of room there, and the VIP night still was pretty solidly attended. So then you start doing the math, and you're just looking at the size of the lines, and just the sheer time that it's taking people to physically get in the space. It's like interesting. So to follow the second point here, I wonder if they would consider going to 2 shows a year. I don't think they can, and truthfully, it would make it would kind of defeat the point. The Expo has been doing
it will be 2 shows, really, if you think about it.
Yeah. The Expo has been able to successfully pull this off because they started that early. And because of that, it makes a lot of sense for us. The spring and the fall. And because of that, you can actually draw potentially 2 different crowds. And you've got 2 bookends on the hockey season. For us, seasonally, it makes a lot more sense logically. November, hockey season's on. You talk about April, May, season's towards its tail end. It's still on, but it's towards its tail end, closing on conclusion. So it still feels pretty reasonable, and there's enough of a gap between the 2. The problem is if you try to split the National, the whole thing with a lot of folks making it like, remember, booking a hotel a year in advance. If you got 2 shows a year, people are not booking a hotel a year in advance because you're splitting your own crowd. You're saying,
when would you have it? That's the question, right?
Because then you wreck the whole summer thing. Because the fact it's in the summer works because it's 1 time a year.
Yes.
You do 2 times a year, all of a sudden you have to kind of like shove one way and push one the other way in order to create that gap separation.
And you don't want to be in Chicago in the wintertime. So
no. And you're also running into a major problem now. And I mentioned it before. You've also got those strong regional shows for those other times. So you got the Philadelphias, you got the Chantilly's, you got the Dallases happening multiple times. You got Burbank building itself up over on the West Coast. So from coast to coast, you've got East Coast National if you want to be over in that area, and Strongsville if you like the vintage, that's going on as well. So you've got all these other shows that hit these pockets. Depending on the category you're in, you might already be covered. So the National tries to be like, and then Fanatics is throwing its hat in the ring, right? They're doing their thing. So it's like, God, it's too late. Like you can't separate the franchise and make that work for you.
So it is 2 shows a year is what is going to happen. And I thought it would split some of the people going, but maybe a lot of people are going to both. Dealers are not though. But I understand that the Fanatics is not so much dealer oriented.
Yeah. And right now you've got yourself a problem where it's just too expensive. So imagine the price point that the Nationals trying to command and then try to split it. You try to be the dealer's like, fine, I'll go to the fall one, or whatever. Like they're not going to try to do both.
New York's not a cheap place either.
Yeah,
I only go to the Expo once a year, right? You guys live locally. You can drive there. It's not out of your way, so you can go to both. All right, because it's in your backyard mostly, right?
Yes.
For someone who has to travel and the hotel and the food and the gas and the whole thing, most people can't do a major event like that twice a year. So, you know, I pick November. That's the one I like to go to. If there were two nationals, I would think that the vast majority of the people would be in the same predicament I am in with the expo and say, I can only go to one. And now you're cutting your fan base in half. The money that, the dealers, now you can have dealers going, well, if the fans, the customers aren't coming in full force each show, then I'm only going to pick one show.
Yeah, not really. Well, with the dealers, you can't. You have to, secure your spot, and you have to consistently keep that.
Well, the thing though, Bobby, is if you split it, for some of those dealers, if you tried to price it similar to what you're doing right now, some of the dealers would be like, you know what, forget it. Whatever, like, because if enough deals drop off, all of a sudden the seniority thing doesn't kick in anymore, because they're like, I cannot afford to do 2 of these shows. Not at what you're trying to price this at. It doesn't make sense, because again, they could do other regional shows and they do the circuit, try to squeeze in one more. Again, right now we're pretty full, like on reasonably large shows. We've got a lot of them still going on, and a lot of them are pretty strongly attended. It's not national size, but once you go past about 150, 200, 300 tables, it gets to be a decent sized show, and there's enough of them going on throughout the year.
Not so much in Canada, but
yeah. But our category doesn't require it really. Like we
we get 2 shows a year, so we don't really need that.
It's enough,
and we have the supplementary smaller shows that pop up here and there, and so.
Yeah, I'd love to see a couple of 100-table shows here and there. That'd be nice, but it takes time to develop that. Like the CSC guys are trying to do that a little bit. Like they're starting to build their own little foothold, but it's their own deal. It's their own separate thing, which, by the way, is a good thing. It's nice to have just that. Doesn't mean we have to attend it all the time, but it's nice to have the option. And if they can do a little bit here and there, that's fine. And it's fun to attend once in a while. It's fun for that.
For sure.
Dufex here says you need to rethink things if your idea of a summer getaway is Cleveland, July, surrounded by middle-aged men with BO. Listen. Different strokes for different folks, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. I'll never understand the hygiene issue at shows. We've joked about it and complained about it for years now. Everyone knows this is a real thing. It is utterly disgusting that you're sitting there going through a monster box of cards and, enjoying your day, and all of a sudden this smell hits you in the face like a 2x4, and it's the guy next to you, wearing dirty sweatpants and smells like a piggery, and it's just
a piggery.
What show did you go to? I'd like to know, because I haven't smelled any of that.
Eric went out back. He was hanging out with some of the folks, some very interesting individuals, some unsavory characters out there.
Everyone knows this is what's at shows, and the bigger the show, the more of them show up, and I don't understand it.
I don't ever remember having that issue with anybody.
Take a vote.
No, so I would say it's definitely happened, but I think Eric's attracting a certain audience. I think we're learning more about what Eric's attracting around.
How many people do we have in the chat? Hold on. Maybe we need to take a poll. 4. Okay. Well, 4 is way too many. 27. First of all, 27 of you are crazy.
Okay, I'm muting him because I want to finish reading these comments first.
All right.
So too many tables, too much corporate nonsense. Fair enough. What the showcase the need for more than one national per year. We talked about that. I think it's too late for them to try, but good luck to them if they want to. Does it mean that he hopes Brad is having a bad time? Eric always hopes Brad has a tough time. If each of you were the national, what would be your grail card to pick up if money was unlimited? Chosen Rosen, one of one national treasures. No doubt. No question. Not even a doubt. We'll come back to that question, though. What's that?
There's one on eBay right now, so you can just take that and save your money on.
Bobby, I wish that were true. That'd be amazing. Look, I'll tell you truthfully. I think I've mentioned this before. There is one dealer, and he's in Canada, and I don't know if he bought a Josh Rosen PC or what happened. Like he's actually got a stack in eBay of nice Josh Rosen cards. The problem is he's pricing them like Josh Rosen is good, and I'm like, what? Like, sir.
I guess
Like, yeah, he does want to keep them. They're lovely museum pieces. You can hang on to them forever. Like I was like, buddy, the whole point is that I can buy them for like pennies. That's the fun. That's the fun of it. Is that I can buy them for effectively nothing. But anyway, so we'll come back to that. It's a good question, Sean. I'll come back to it. Actually, can I star this? Yes, I can. Okay, perfect. I starred that comment, so I'll come back to it. The average person like the average Joe. We did get that. Thank you for that. Rock Latex. Good evening. Yes, flew to Pittsburgh on Wednesday for a 12:30 p.m. game at PNC Park, then drove over to Cleveland and caught the 6:30 game. Knocked out 2 ballparks in one day. Good job by you. Robert says National could do March in a warmer location like Vegas. We love Vegas. We do love some Vegas. A regular show in August, 5 months apart. You could try. Like I said, it'd be tough, but you could try. First show I'll go to is the Expo in Canada. As a hockey guy, but the National would be cool. There you go. Carlos says, we're kidding ourselves. Not attending the National is the most egregious offense we can commit in the hobby. Facts. I surrender my hobby card. I'll join you. And I'll most certainly be attending my first National next year. Best of luck to you. I'm not. Am I being hypocritical? Absolutely not. I'm being hypercritical. Everyone can be offended. I am super offended. Jeff says, a piggery. I know. Where is Eric coming up with this stuff? I don't even know. I don't understand.
Not even a word.
He's a very, very odd character.
Yeah.
I don't know. Listen, all I'm saying is I am deeply concerned. I got questions.
Creative adjective, that's for sure.
So there we go. Finally got up on all the comments. Okay, so now I can come back to this one here. I wanted to touch on it. So saying, if each of you were at the National, what would your Grail card be to pick up if money was unlimited? So I will say ahead of time, I'd be curious if you had an answer to this, Bobby. I will say what's tricky for me.
I'd be curious too.
Yeah, that's the thing is that what the problem is, there is no Grail card for me. There are cards that would be of interest to me, but they're almost all available. If the money is unlimited thing is helpful, but the thing is, if you do unlimited funds, well, then you usually would go for like a 52 tops man or something like that, but I don't need one. So it doesn't matter. There's no reason for me to have that. From Adano, there are some cards that'd be very expensive, but I don't know if even money was unlimited that I would want to pay that price if that's what it was. For Eric, it's a Boobior, a fake one, just like that one. So that's the thing.
That's real. It's a PSA 10.
It's real to you, damn it. But that's the problem I run into with the whole Grail thing is that, yeah, there would be cards that I would definitely be interested in. I don't know if A, they would require unlimited funds. Really? Good money, but it wouldn't require unlimited. And B, they're not really Grails. Like the most expensive cards I need would be some for my potential vintage projects, a few of the sets that I'm looking at. Like the Willie Mays 53 tops. That's a very expensive card. The Bart Starr 57 tops rookie. That's an expensive card. It's not tens of thousands of dollars, but a half decent copy would run me $1,000 plus, $2,000, whatever. It's expensive. Having unlimited funds would be helpful, but it's not like it's necessary. it would be a great help.
For me, it would be a display box, full or empty, something I haven't seen before. That's what I would go for. I want to see the stuff I haven't seen before. Right. Cards, you do have these.
A good Boston Bruins player?
You do have these dreams of, when you first get back in the hobby and you kind of go, oh, I want to chase this. I want to get this. And then you sort of just, over time, you just kind of go, I'd rather have something I haven't seen. Something that hasn't been discovered or found yet. So it's something that gives you the oh, wow effect. That's just me. And I'm different than most collectors. But I'd rather have information.
I think that's fantastic. Something you haven't seen before. I get super excited when something comes either into the shop or I'm at a show and it's like I did not know that existed. And I, depending on how much it costs, it's like I need it.
You have unlimited funds.
Yeah, I gotta get those.
Yeah,
I gotta talk to my wife about that. See if she will start the unlimited funds.
Haven't you already talked to her about it? Yes. Anyways.
Yeah, and her words are like, "No, don't stop." and he's gone right past that red light. He just fires right by it. All right, so Dufex has got you covered. Apparently, piggery is a real word. Here we go. So now, 1, a farm where pigs are bred or kept, where Eric hangs out. Fair enough. 2, behavior regarded as characteristic of pigs and greed or unpleasantness. Again, where Eric hangs out. You're telling us a lot about yourself, Eric.
It's like no one never heard of the word piggery before.
It's not often used in common conversations. So
it is not. I would love you to use it in a standard sentence that normal people would use.
Yes.
I was driving my car past the piggery and it stunk.
What if you don't have a piggery near you? That's not coming up. Justin here says I pick up a quality Gretzky PSA 9. Justin, it's unlimited funds. You can have a 10.
Why not?
Yeah, go for it. Like spend
11.
millions of dollars.
You can get it
Yeah,
on
go for
11.
it. Yeah, why not? You can crack it out and send it to Beckett on a Saturday, and it'll get a black label. Go for it.
Only on Saturday mornings.
Only on Saturday mornings. Carlos says, I'm pretty confident that Bobby is actually at the National. He's in a studio that simulates the Garage of Knowledge. I can tell because the light bulb is missing. The green screen technology is powerful. It's pretty powerful. I'm not going to lie. But I got to be honest, I was chatting with some folks offline, and I do enjoy our annual Not National coverage. It kind of makes me happy. I'm not going to lie. Every year that goes by, I said it the last couple of weeks leading into it, but I am serious. One of the great joys is, I like living vicariously through it. I enjoy watching the vlogs, but I'm sitting there like, I don't need to be there for this. And even but you can hang with those people. It's like, are you really hanging out with those people though? I think you're chatting with a few folks and saying hi to a bunch of others. Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just saying it's a logistical issue. Like, if there's 200 people in the room, you can't be having a full conversation with 200 different people.
No,
you do not have enough time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a lot of highs, maybe a high five, a fist bump, and then you kind of move on. You don't have a choice. There's only so much time to work with here.
Yeah. Hey, I know that dude. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you guy. I know you.
That's a
Sup, bud?
Yep.
And then you move on.
And then they're saying your name up constantly, and you go, yeah, man. Yeah. Right on, dude.
It's like, hey, you're the guy who's acknowledged in the rookie card book. Yeah, that guy. I know. Guy. It's true. It is true. So it's now a good time, Eric. Should we now talk briefly? So we'll come back to the Not National coverage in a minute. Bobby, is it time? Should we briefly discuss?
Okay.
True rookie cards.
Oh, I didn't bring my
by Victor, the rookie card specialist.
Yes, we could do that.
Yeah, let's do that here for a moment. But Bobby, I want to focus. For a moment, and I think you'll appreciate this. I want to focus on pages 91 and 92 of this wonderful book. Oh, the acknowledgments.
Yes,
I think there's some important acknowledgments here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think there's some important acknowledgments that need to be acknowledged. Acknowledgments that need to be acknowledged. So allow me. I won't read the whole thing, but I think there's some excerpts that I would like to read. It's not War and Peace.
Please regale this.
Yes, if you will all indulge me, please allow me. So acknowledgments. First, as many athletes do after a post-game interview, I want to thank God first and foremost for giving me the passion and ability to do what I do. I want to give him all the glory for his book and for my Savior Jesus Christ. I once was lost, but now I'm not. So of course, you start off with God. Fair enough. Reasonable. To my wife, Tony, thank you for your strength, constant support, and unconditional love. Thank you for inspiring me to be a better man, husband, father, and rookie card collector. You are indeed my good thing. So thanking God, thanking the wife, the man will not be smited in two different ways. So he has avoided two smitings.
Mm-hmm.
Wise, very wise. We'll co-sign on this.
Very wise.
Now, I think there is an order to this, so let's focus on that. Third, so after God and the wife, so after avoiding two smitings, not one but two smitings, we move forward. Hobby historian Bobby Burrell. Hey, what a coincidence. Funny, crazy that came up. Thank you for being a sounding board. Not many friends can understand where it's coming from like you. You always encourage me to keep going and to get the book done. We got her done. Man. So, we got the sequential order. And only after that do we get to Jimbo Beckett. Moving on. Don't care. Let's see.
I beat Jim.
B.A. Murray. Cool for him. Moving on here. Anybody important? Nope. Skip. Oh, yes. Here we go.
One more.
Here we go. Yes. Here we are. Carlos Alcazar. Thank you. Oh, this is completely unexpected. Crazy. He was the first YouTuber who gave my channel a shout out. Eventually, I was a guest on his show because I'm Carlos, where he asked me a simple question. Why? I still ask why. I'm still asking why right now. But nonetheless, he wanted me to know why this rookie card thing was so important to me. Why should anyone care? Valid questions to this very day.
Yes.
At the time, I didn't have a real good answer, but that question dawned on me for 7 weeks later. Challenged me to dig deeper and the springboard to what I do. And the rest of it doesn't matter.
Nope.
That's it.
You can read the book later.
God, the wife, the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge, and of course, your humble man of peace.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing.
Wonderful. Splendid. Glorious. And I think Eric appreciates it. I think he appreciates it on levels he can't describe. Eric is sitting there telling us right now that we all need to hit the like button. 2 people on this panel are acknowledged. They are
Yes.
acknowledged in a hobby book. It's real. See?
Yeah.
You can get it at your Amazon.
I really enjoyed the second chapter. I found that I learned a lot of information about the NHLPA licensing and what was going on with Jim Beckett and all the different things that were going on. I never heard him actually say that in all his videos, and I have watched them all. Maybe I missed it or something, but there was some good information in there, like good information. In every chapter, there's a little piece, but that whole chapter was gold. Oh, Eric, is your
Do it. That'd be amazing. Please. Bobby, your audio cut out. That'd be awful. Do it. That'd be amazing. Go for it. Closer, Eric. Closer. It's not much of a threat if you don't do it closer. But get on with it, man.
Okay, let me answer these things.
I'll be right back. Go for it. So
can I have a say?
You can have a say after I'm done reading these comments. So anyway, why did he thank a tennis player? He wishes he had a YouTube channel. At the moment that young man has a YouTube channel, I would love it. He can go win tennis tournaments. My job is being busy, being acknowledged as the hobby goat and man of peace that I am. Accepted. Moving on. Victor told me it was a typo. He meant Carlisle rather than Carlos. Let's just keep that between you and me. Best of luck, Carlisle. I wish you the best in your future endeavors. I really wish you, Eric, telling you and Bobby you're number one for helping Victor. I know. It's facts. Burke Burning, not a great association to have, Eric. Listen, you should have seen what he wrote on that text message. That is like the 3rd most offensive thing he's had this week. At least the 3rd. I got to order pizza. Eric is crazy tonight. He's crazy every night. It's craziness. All right, Eric, I will allow you to have the floor, but remember, I have the button. So, what is your rebuttal?
I am sickened. We all know that
Carlos deserves far more effusive praise. That is true. And he should at the very least be put above fucking Jimbo Beckett. Good old Jimbo, please. Jimbo, don't waste my time. I don't need a fake doctor. He's not even a doctor of thugonomics. Not even a real doctor. Not even a real, can't write a prescription. Nope. Can't do that. Not a doctor of thugonomics. Nope. I bet he didn't even go to medical school. And he calls himself a doctor. Please. He's not even Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper's legit. Nope, nothing. That's what Eric meant to say. Go on. Continue.
We all know that without me, Victor would be nothing.
Wow.
The fact that my face wasn't on the cover.
He wants to sell a copy.
Disgusting. The fact that he picked you two clowns to thank when everyone knows that with
pause, point of order. I want it noted for the hobby record. I want it noted before we continue with this blasphemy. I want it noted for the hobby record that Eric said you two clowns. And that includes the hobby historian, the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Go on.
That's right. Okay. That's how deeply hurt I am about this. I should have had an entire chapter dedicated to me. But I should have had the preface, chapter 1, possibly chapter 2, thanking me in detail of how I have positively affected his life and that without me, this would never have happened. And I am just completely disgusted about the entire thing. My feeling, singular, is hurt. And I no longer consider Victor a brother in the hobby.
Wow.
He is banished. For Boughton.
Wow. We're going.
He is dead to me.
I just assumed that he already had you covered with something about here. You know, he already talked about God and Jesus Christ. I just assumed he was referring to I denounce Satan and all his work, and I just assumed that's who he was talking about you. I thought you were covered already. Like I just assumed.
I could look at it that way.
I felt like it was pretty clear here. Like, you know, or you know, that asshole, that guy in Massachusetts no one likes. Like I feel like the allusions were there in the book throughout. I don't think you were named, but I think it was heavily implied.
You know, I will take a step back. Okay. I will show, unlike him, I will show some maturity, and I will think on. I will go outside and sit on a stump, all right, and do some heavy duty thinking. All right, sit on my thinking stump, and I will do some contemplations of what you just said. But I don't know where I'm going to go with that because I'm really hurt.
Tough times. Carlos says, when you're writing about something you own, do you write Carlos's or Carlos's? I'm a big fan of the Carlos with the apostrophe. Big fan of that. Or do you go full Eric and use Carlos's? It'd be a bold move. Be
How
real
would you
bold.
spell that then?
The Carlos's. Apostrophe
Carlos?
S, apostrophe S, apostrophe
It's already
S.
pluralized once.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you know, I'm used to having the apostrophe after the S and just calling it a day. That's kind of my thing. It's kind of what I do. That's how I roll. So you missed out, Bobby. It was really wonderful. I think we've all agreed that Eric is a heretic and a Philistine, possibly a Pharisee.
I like Philistine because you brought in the God thing again too, which was good.
I've been called worse.
Oh, certainly have. Listen, I've called you worse. I've called you worse this week.
Yes,
that's true.
We don't have to go that far. I called you worse this week.
No.
Stuke here. Good evening. To what do we owe this humble rant? Well, Stuke, there is a lovely book by Victor, Lurky Card Specialist, that was written, and I was just acknowledging the acknowledgments. And in the acknowledgments, there were Hobby Goats and Jimbo Beckett. We had the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. We had, Jimbo Beckett. Again, not a real doctor. You know, not on the level of Dr. Pepper. Not on the level of Dr. Dre. Certainly not a medical doctor. As far as I'm aware, he did not attend medical school. Hugh Laurie is a TV doctor, already further up on the credential scale. Way higher. Dr. House, legend. Different conversation. So I'm a little hurt that Jimbo Beckett was included in here, before our humble man of peace was also included in here. But truly valid. And after that, honestly, there's nothing else worth discussing.
No. You're mentioned on the video. He did a video on it too.
That is true. Facts.
Don't even get started on the video, all right? Because that could have been his opportunity to fix this. He could have done a two.
You ended up on the cutting room floor, I think, Eric.
Yeah, you just missed the cut. Barely, but you just missed it.
No, he needs to do a 2, maybe 3 hour video about how I helped him so much in making this happen. I'm thinking 2-3 hours minimum.
Well, you did like his videos,
right?
Yeah, and you have
left comments.
His first name.
Left comments.
Yep.
I went to the IGs and gave them the clicks on the IGs.
They're loves, really, but
you know.
Says Eric, we can fix this. CC says, just get a pen and write your name under the credits. I know.
Yeah.
Stu says, how about Doc Gooden? That's another valid comp. Since Eric's mentioning this, I feel like, in the spirit of scholarship, I feel like we should just let a little bit of it play. What do you think, Bobby? I think we should let it happen. So here is a video that says why I wrote this book. Now, I can backtrack here, and we can go back to discussion of the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge, but, his accolades are known. And since Eric personally brought this up, he insisted he wanted to know more.
No.
I just thought I would let this, let's let this play for a moment. Let's just random spot in the video. Why don't we just hit play from here and see what happens?
Give it a shot.
Carlos Alcazar, better known as Because I'm Carlos, gets a acknowledgement in my book. To Carlos, I wrote, he was the first YouTuber who gave my channel a shout out. Eventually, I was a guest on his show because I'm Carlos, where he asked me a simple question. Why? He wanted to know why this rookie card thing was so important to me and why should anyone care? At the time, I didn't have a real good answer, but that question gnawed at me for several weeks later. It challenged me to dig deeper and was the springboard to what I do. Yes, friends, Carlos, who perhaps is very, I would say, I don't want to say anti-rookie card, but he speaks very poorly of the rookie card. But half the time, I think he does it to provoke me. I think he does it to just get me on the channel. He's like a fisherman. He just throws the bait out there. So he'll make a snarky comment on the rookie card to see if I bite. He really did. Was one of the first channels who really gave me a serious shout out, who was actually one of the first guys who really was understanding where I was coming from. And he really expounded on my content and what I was doing. It's one of those things where iron sharpens iron, right? And that question that he asked me in his episode just really made me dig deeper. And in one of the episodes, or one of the chapters in my book, I write, who decides what a rookie card is? That chapter was inspired by that appearance on Because I'm Carlos. Chris.
Well, and that's it. Wonderful.
Yeah. Well,
some serious thoughts to think about. That's some pretty good scholarship right there. I'll include a link in the description to the video.
Oh, Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for bringing it up, Eric. It's because of you, once again, being the inspiration, the wind beneath our wings, the payer of the like button. Because of you, we continue forward.
Mm-hmm.
God.
We forge.
Or Dr. J, but not Doc Rivers. Fair.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, writing books is brutal. It means you have something to have authored something. Way to go, Victor. Facts. Dr. J, best nog doctor ever. There you go. I'm sure it's more impressive, Victor's new book or his badass man cave. Nicely done.
Cool.
Evening, all, and Eric. Good evening, Paul.
Freaking Paul.
Because I'm Carlos MD, I got this. I could declare myself an MD, and honestly, I'm already more qualified than Jimbo.
Yeah, especially after that.
Trust me. Woo. Feels like Victor should be sharing his royalties with Carlos. I know.
No.
Oh,
with
yes.
Me. All right, listen, I've already contacted my attorney. Things are in motion. Okay.
Your attorney is busy fighting all your legal battles, all your restraining orders. Your attorney's like, fuck you,
I
Eric.
keep him on retainer, okay? He gets used a lot.
Clearly. I can see that. That's a fact. My goodness.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you, Eric, for bringing it up. I wanted to focus on the not national coverage, but since you brought it up, we just thought we'd mention it.
I didn't.
And the book is live, available on Amazon and other places where you get your books. And there's also ebook versions of it. And like I said, you can just skip ahead to the acknowledgement section. You can basically get everything you need.
Yes.
I've read this book cover to cover 2 times. My name is not mentioned anywhere in it. Anywhere.
Maybe
2 pages are stuck together. I don't know.
It could be. Yeah. It could be written in invisible ink.
No. I went and looked under a black light and nothing. I don't. So I thought that. I said, "Oh, this is gonna be one of them tricky things, right? Make it extra special."
Did you run it under a CT scanner?
Mm-hmm.
No. Why would you ask me that? Of course I did. That's what we do in this hobby. Everyone knows that. That is completely common and completely ethical.
True.
Send us an ORBM, Bike Master. Master's a strong word. Listen, Eric showed us a screenshot. He rode his bike like 20 feet or something.
Something like that.
It was 20 something. It was like it was feet or something. I forgot. Does the book identify Chipper's rookie card? Maybe.
And can I say what else I'm disappointed in?
Only one thing? Go on.
I know. I said what else? There's a long list. All right.
Because I was disappointed in Mike Canadian card drinking light beer. Like that, I'm still disappointed in that right now.
Well,
like that hurts.
Listen, as you know, some people have accused me of not being all that bright.
Those people being on the screen.
I heard a few
in the chat.
Short of a happy meal,
in your family,
and others.
Yes.
What I was disappointed in is that there's a lot of words in this book.
Not a single picture.
I was under the impression there'd be more pictures. I thought it was going to be like a picture book, kind of like a C-Spot run kind of a thing. Dick and Jane. So Michelle, my wife, said that if I do all my chores, she'll read me a chapter a night.
Very good.
Yeah. I haven't done all my chores yet, so it's going to be a while.
Dyslexia is a horrible disease. I understand that. Yes.
Oh no, I see the letters fine. I just don't know what they mean.
I'll reiterate: dyslexia is a horrible disease.
It is. It is.
Move on.
Now, post question. So first, I'll read Stu's comment. Stu says, "Light beer in the U.S. is like water in Canada." Facts, sir. Facts.
Yeah.
And light beer in Canada is like water in Canada.
Yeah.
Just so we're all on the same page.
Northern Canada.
It's a bit rough.
A little pure.
I thought light beer was the last sip from your cup. See, now you're thinking, Carla. Now you're thinking.
Isn't that Folgers? No, sorry.
Alas, if you're if the best part of waking up is the beer in your cup, my goodness, we need to have a conversation, sir, madam, whatever.
Folgers,
we need to have a conversation.
What do they call that? The sweepings of the coffee company.
Man.
Oh, just saying.
Question. I do have a question though. I have a question for the chat. I am curious if, as I mentioned earlier, see while Bobby's attacking the fly and getting it taken down.
That bugger got in here, man.
Now here's my question. I've watched actually a fair number of vlogs from the National, and I appreciate the people that have taken the time to put together some stuff. Ham had some pretty extensive vlogs the last couple of days, so that's pretty impressive, pretty good. And we'll have some fun joking about that in a bit. But I'm curious what anybody's favorite National vlog they may have come across, because there are a number of them. Mike O's doing a bunch, Ham did a bunch, Mike Baseball Collector did a bunch, those back pages. Like I've got a whole stack that I've been able to sift through over the last couple of days. So I've caught quite a fair number. But I'm just curious if anyone has any favorites or any standouts for themselves that they might have enjoyed.
Nope. I've watched maybe 2 or 3, but I jumped around because it was just whatever. It wasn't much in it.
For sure. But I opened it up to the chat as well, because obviously maybe a few of them, if I managed to catch a few. So I'm just curious if there's any in that they happen to have caught that maybe they liked.
Oh, I caught hams. Oh, I caught hams.
I bet you did.
I missed it.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to get it.
And he tormented me, teased me in his video. He came, yeah.
Oh,
he came across.
You got mentioned and we didn't.
No, it's different when they're being mean.
Oh, well, I know, Bobby. I got mentioned. I got mentioned one of Ham's, and I'll share an image from it. We had a little fun with that in the chat. I'll show it so that you can see it as well. But we'll touch on that.
So Ham comes up to this table and he's looking at all the cards and said, "Oh, look at this one. Oh, look at this one." And he comes across an autographed Bobby Orr card.
Yeah.
Right? Zooms in on it and says, "Hey, there's one for you, Eric." Because I can't be there to see it myself or buy. So he's rubbing salt in the wounds. Right?
Did he do the hawk too?
I was waiting. And I was just like, come on, man, seriously. No. So what is he gonna do? He's gonna go every single day. He's gonna go around live and just show cards that I like and just be like, nah. All right, I won't tolerate this.
It's better to be thought of than not thought of at all.
So just to let you know, my lawyer, on retainer, for lots of reasons, has reached out to YouTube, and I'm demanding that video get taken down.
Interesting.
Yes. All right.
CC says, so Stu was saying Lou Rock TV from the Misfit Camp. Yes, there are a couple of Airbnbs that are pretty impressive, I would say. The Misfit Camp have themselves quite the compound. It wasn't like a small, like if you check that out, it wasn't like a small, Airbnb. It was like this thing. It's like, and here's the games room with the big old pool table and the TV and this whole thing and this big backyard. And the backyard has like this covered encampment, like an outdoor space, but a covered encampment with a big screen TV on the side wall of the outdoor encampment. And I'm sitting there like, really, guys? All right. I'll see if I can find what I'll do is I'll find the video and I'll do like a still image so you guys can see what I'm talking about. It just made me laugh when I saw it. I was like, really, guys? Okay. Hey, listen, it's a nice spot. Give him credit for that. But I was like, dang, okay. All right. So let me see if I can find it here.
Considering
I'll
you're
see
going
if
to
I
be
can
at the
locate
show for 15 hours of the day, I don't know.
Well, the funny thing, the irony of this is that when I see something like that, my honest thought process is like, and you think I'm going to go to the stupid show? I'm going to play pool and just do other, like, oh, I'm going to hang out at the house then. Like, screw this. Like, that's just me. Just saying from my perspective. Okay, here we go. I found it. Perfect. Hold on. Let's see. I want to see if I can get the exact spot. Here we go. Yes. Hold on. Wait. By the way, pro tip here for you guys. Do not like pan. If you're going to look at something, don't like pan super quick so that you can't see anything.
Yes.
It's annoying because then when you're trying to get a still of a certain thing, it's actually really annoying.
Exactly.
So, be considerate. I've not seen many, but Ham's pretty good. He was mocking you, Eric. Facts. Keg of Hams and Milwaukee's best or go-tos when I was in college in the 20th century. The liquor store didn't even seem to care if you returned the keg. That's probably true. I guess they were surprised it would ever be empty. Actually, I got a story about that. I'll share that in a second. I think I've shared it before, but I'll share it again. Okay, so real quick, I'll show you this one. So this is from Lou Rock's video. I want to share this with you. Okay. Look at that. That's in the outdoor area. So you got this table where people can sit down and whatever. It's in the outdoor area. You got a big screen right there.
Well,
you can put a game on or whatever
and
be just chilling outside.
That's the lanai.
Yeah, and that's just literally on the outside. You got the barbecue and all that going on. Like they were just doing a little mini tour, like here. You can see the people just hanging out. There's the TV and everything. So again, your choice. You can turn it on or not. But the point is you could. I want to see if I can backtrack a little bit. Can I see here? Hold on.
There's the cabana.
Look right there. That's the basement.
Very nice.
Nice.
So you got the outdoor space with the TV. And by the way, opposite to the pool table on the opposite side here is another big screen TV. So you could literally just be chilling down there or hanging out outside, or it's like your call, have a barbecue, whatever. Like, and you're going to leave it to go to the stupid card show?
Chilling Mac Dillon.
Liz, to each their own, my man, but I'm sorry. Like, get out of here. To each their own.
Like I said, you don't have much time to enjoy that, really, if you're going to the show. And
well, Bobby, if you were me doing an expo style, no, you got plenty of time to enjoy it.
Yes.
What? Card show? That's for peasants. Jeff here says Big Scott and his group had a nice Airbnb. Yes, they did. But like, no, this one. So what's funny is that Big Scott's also has a pool table downstairs. So they've got elements of a very similar type of setup. But this one was on steroids, man. Like this one was like that concept, but on steroids. Because the outdoor space, that basement with the pool table in it and the rest of it is like, I'm sorry, if I'm doing a vacation, I'm hanging out there. I'm not going to your stupid card show.
Again, to each their own, right? But if I'm going to the expo or we're national, whatever, but the expo, I am spending as little time in my hotel room as I possibly can. I am at the show from the moment it opens to the moment they throw me out. I'm then hopefully hanging out with, people, not friends, because I don't have any, but, people that will accept my presence. And then I'm going home and I'm crashing. I want the cheapest, clean, whatever the cheapest clean hotel is. That's what I want. I don't want to dive and I get bed bugs, or whatever, but I don't want a rooming house where the stranger sleeps in the same bed with me. I don't want that cheap, but whatever the cleanest, cheapest place is, that's what I want. I don't want bells and whistles. I want a bed. I'm passing out. I'm getting up. I'm showering. Back to the show. I'm not spending that kind of money. That's crazy to me. That's just to me. Spending money like that on this
how much was it?
Place makes no sense to me.
Oh, no, yeah. Like, not a clue. The thing is, like, certainly based on like what I'm looking at, it's not going to be inexpensive, but also they're splitting it presumably a bunch of different ways. So I'm sitting there like, I'm sure it's not cheap, but at the same time, I'm like, look, I'm not crying for you guys. With due respect, it's like clearly if you split it in enough ways and you're able to get a reasonable enough deal on it. My point is that their Airbnb there that they got was pretty nice. Like I'm just looking at it going like, because he does a little walkthrough and everything. I'm like, there's a lot of room for a lot of people to fit in there comfortably without having to cram them into an individual space.
Yep.
And then again, the common areas are actually pretty nice. So if you're taking, a trip, you're in a nice looking spot. Again, just that outdoor space alone. You got plenty of seating area. You can be hanging around, grabbing a bite to eat, having a barbecue or whatever. And then you got to literally have a television, right? You can put on the game. Like, no problem. Just have the game on while people are doing whatever. And you can be sitting there opening packs, whatever, throwing cards at each other, whatever it is you want to do on your own time. But the point is you can do that. That's a pretty relaxing area. And then I'm sitting there like, and I'm comparing that, contrasting. Again, I'm using this based on vlogs and people's own comments on their own vlogs. Compare and contrast that to a lot of people are getting up very early to get in a line, even if they're VIP, to have the privilege to be allowed into a space that rapidly becomes cramped in very short order, to the point that some of them have to leave early because they feel like it's too much in the space, or it gets too hot, or all these things. And I'm sitting there like, and then you got the Airbnb thing, and then good luck getting out of the parking lot, apparently. Like, this doesn't sound like fun to me, but to each their own, I guess. You're at the National. Geoff, Gary V. So I guess that's the thing. Just video, 100K bought and sold in day one. Yes, I did watch it. Air hockey, foosball in a hot tub, 4-leaf serving caviar. Oh, that's true. They also had caviar. Eric, they're almost bougie enough for you.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Least,
caviar, salmon, and steak tips for the misfits. Eric, your people.
Just no. I eat pretty much hamburgers the entire time I'm up in Toronto. That, well, we all know it's not really.
Well,
Toronto.
I don't know how many hamburgers you're gonna get after you made fun of the Five Guys.
Because
you need to show the Five Guys more respect.
Because it's the cheapest thing on the menu. I'm not going up there and buying, $50 steaks. It's like, I'll take the $10 hamburger.
Yeah.
I'm not spending money on all this other stuff. My money is for the show.
Some people can't afford to have their steaks ground up like you. So
Eric's trying to downplay this. Eric's trying to pretend like, oh yeah, I'm like the regular people. I have a $10 hamburger. No. He has his steaks blended into a smoothie, and he's like, look. Just drinks it straight. Done.
well, at least the National wasn't in Atlanta.
Oh,
wow. Oh, come on. Just because you saw Carla, you just have to listen, man. I don't know what the deal, Bobby. One of these days, we're going to find out the secret behind this whole deal. Like, I don't know what's going on over here. Very interesting. Very interesting. Dustin, Steve, and Ham have a great baby. The creepy house. It's pretty creepy. No charcuterie. I know. Shocking.
Most charcuteries I don't like anyways. It's all the meats that they probably couldn't sell, and so they make it look fancy on a plate, and then you taste it and you go, what the hell was that? Just get some regular cheddar, a little bit of ham, nice little bun, little whatever, bread. Keep it simple.
Yep. And it says, Eric, you need to go to Zet's sometime in the expo. Yeah, Zet's is not bad. So it's right there beside the expo. So if you haven't been, you can go to Zet's.
It has changed.
I don't doubt it. It's hard to maintain that kind of family restaurant kind of deal.
It is, and it was the pandemic that got them.
Yeah, and that's not surprising. That's like a lot of things like that.
They were open 24/7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they was good.
Now they're not.
It was good for what it was. Yeah, it was good for what it was. At the time,
breakfast, you could go there early. It was great, and they just discontinued that completely. And with all the shows and what have you, you would think that they would open through those times because people are looking to go for breakfast, and that place is always busy. It's either there's nobody in there, there's 50,000 people in there. It's just never, by the time you park the car, there's nobody in line. Then there's 7 people standing in front of you. It's like, what happened? It's just that way. And those guys can cook in the back there.
I think this is one of those businesses where they needed to figure out the takeout thing, because when pandemic happened, there were a lot of restaurants that switched to takeout service. And by the way, the ones that were good at it were able to keep running.
Yeah,
they're like, okay, well, we can't do the thing. Fine, we can still serve you. We can still make food. Here you go. Take it to go.
Well, they couldn't maintain the people cooking there. Like honestly, those guys, it's a tough job to do, and I think they lost most of those guys, and it's hard to replace people like that.
Makes sense. We're going to learn who that girl in Atlanta was one day. I don't know, man. Like, there's a backstory there. It's a backstory.
Maybe. Yeah.
I did want to touch on this. I did want to touch on this though. There were a couple of good comments from the last from the Impromptu National Week episode. We had some fun doing the live episode. It was good. I enjoyed it. Thanks everybody that participated in the chat. So I want to make sure. So I did like, so two comments in particular I want to highlight here. So Paul was one of the comments here. I enjoy Eric's surprise that the conspirators of the Dallas Card Show haven't been apprehended as per his predictions, especially after all his other predictions he's gotten wrong. It's like he's the Don Quixote of Nostradamus predictions. Nostradamus predictions.
Oh.
Do math.
I want to make sure we get it right.
Oh yes. You must.
So Paul, that gets a thumbs up and a like.
Mm-hmm.
And then Refractor Jones also chimed in here. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking a moment for Mason and the family. So hashtag Team Mason. So thank you for that as well.
Absolutely.
That gets a heart and a thumbs up. So thank you, Refractor Jones. I did want to acknowledge those comments before I moved on here. So thank you for that. Let's see here. Justin says, I do respect Dustin's non-excitement, but I'm waiting on something. I think these dealers are trying to charge too much, but you're going to make the deal if you want a deal. So I haven't watched any of Dustin's vlogs, to be honest. No. And I've said this before. He has a certain style of content. If I'm being nice about this, and why not? I'll be nice about it for a minute. It works for some folks. To me, there's not enough substance to it that interests me. There's so many vlogs coming out for the National that there are good ones that I really want to watch that have a little personality in them. I don't need kind of the sanitized version, especially since I know he's capable of saying some more edged comments if he really wanted to. But he's like, yeah, I've got sponsors. I'm not going to say anything remotely interesting. That's it. How much time you got there?
I was just going to see if you were able to be nice for a minute, and we didn't go the full minute, so I don't know. We still don't know if you can.
We will
nice.
never know.
It's like
how many licks does it take to get to the bottom of Tootsie Pop? The world may never know.
We know that you can be not horribly mean for 30 seconds. You did prove that. I just don't think you have another 30 seconds in you.
Maybe if we acknowledge my hobby goat them a little more, maybe that would add a little more to my battery.
I'm going to get my lighter.
Just throwing it out there. Nice take. I agree. There you go. I was at the National today. I had no parking problems until 10:35 a.m. Enter IX Center from the south to avoid airport traffic. No problems. Took 20 minutes to get inside the building and standing in line. That's fair. That's fair. I agree. Show ain't over yet. Might get that minute in. Who knows, man? Who knows? It's funny people making content think we can't see when they're censoring their thoughts. If you can't tell how it really is, I have no interest. What's interesting, so kind of touching on that though, Will. So that's why I asked if folks had seen some vlogs that maybe were caught their interest. I like watching them because I like seeing the different ways people decide to present things. Because it's your choice how you want to present it. It's your experience, right? Like you're out there, you show camera, you can show as much or as little as you want. You can make a longer vlog, a shorter vlog. You can summarize it. You can spend most of the time, in the hotel telling a story. You have that option. You can show a lot of clips. You have that option. You've got tons of options. There's a million. There's no one correct way to do it because it's your story and you can tell it however you want. What I'm always curious about is how people take the angle. When I explained the thing about Dustin's thing is that because he's used to having, a 6, 7, 8 minute video with maybe like 10 seconds of content, what are you going to say? You can say you bought this card. You can say you looked at this card. You can show a couple of clips, but then what else? Like, what else? And then again, you also have and by the way, it's factual. If you have certain sponsors, there are things that you are going to say more or less, because again, you're also networking, right? You also, in theory, would like to have more sponsors. The opportunity is there to develop those relationships. So you kind of have to play both sides, right? So that means the vlog is only going to contain so much. So then if I look at your vlog and you're sitting there having meetings with 57 people and doing all these things, and somehow you can only find 6 minutes of content or 7 minutes of content, that's telling. You can be like, well, I don't have enough time to vlog. Well, that's fine. Then what's the point of vlogging at all? Because if you're going to all these places, talking to all these people, doing all these things, and you cannot find more, that you can't even find 10 minutes. It tells me something. When you're a content creator who's making videos every day and you cannot find 10 minutes of content. Eric, by accident, we could find 10 minutes of content. We could literally walk around and just showing people doing things, and there's your 10 minutes. Like, it's not like it's that hard. And if you add commentary, heaven forbid, you can add commentary.
Right.
So like there's options. And by the way, all you have to do is tell a couple of stories. And there's your 10 minutes.
Think about how many people had card content YouTube channels during the pandemic. And they were like daily, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like you're saying, it's not hard to find 10 minutes of information or entertainment content, whatever you want to call it. I mean, we used to do 6-hour shows on Friday and Sunday during the pandemic, right?
Classic.
Other people were doing it 7 days a week. It was crazy how much there was too much content. You couldn't watch all of it. So 10 minutes, that's not really hard to do.
No, and you can decide what 10 minutes you want to show. You could break it up into a million pieces. You could literally, look, if you're Dustin, you could literally sit there and talk with Neo for 3 minutes about something and talk with Steve for 2 minutes about something. There's half your 10 minutes. I just gave it to you. You could talk about anything. Talk about what they picked up. Talk about something they observed. Anything. It doesn't matter. Like, pick something.
And not just him, just anybody. It's 10 minutes isn't too hard. And now they got those YouTube shorts. I don't know that much about them. I watched different ones. I don't know how long that platform gives you. Do you happen to know? Does anyone happen to know? What's the max?
YouTube Shorts?
Yeah,
Shorts is 60 seconds or less.
60. That's the platform. Okay.
For shorts, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's the design of a short. A short has to be 60 seconds or less. There are some things you can do that are a little longer. Again, if you do any kind of a live, you're relying on how good the internet is. So that's kind of been a thing that can be tricky.
Yeah.
But no, if you're just recording something short, you can.
Ham tried to do a live, I think today, and it was something bad. Something bad happened.
Yeah.
It didn't. So there's
because you're in a place where literally you've got a bunch of different satellite phone networks or cell phone networks clashing in one space, and everybody's trying to access the handful of networks all at the same time.
Yeah,
you're basically crashing into each other.
And you're in a big metal building, and it doesn't. That's why if you go to to like Walmart, Costco, those type of big giant stores. Or buildings like these convention centers, the reception is so bad from the way the building is made. Just the way the building is made, and the specifications for these very large buildings, the cell service can't get in or out. And I think some of these stores, for example, like a Walmart, right, a super Walmart, doesn't want you using your phone and comparing prices with Amazon while you're in their store. So I think it works to their benefit. And if you're a car dealer and and you're trying to sell and the person that's trying to buy can't get comps, you have the upper hand.
Oh, no, you don't, Eric. Then if my phone doesn't work, then I know for a fact that your last card sold for $1. No, it didn't. How do you know?
That's right.
How do you know it didn't sell for $1? Sir,
you will never know.
Show me the comp.
Yes.
Just saying. Indeed. Carlos says, it seems like a lot of really good YouTubers flame out when they try to post too regularly. What's the retention for the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Famers? Ooh,
it's so
valid
hard.
question. Valid question. So taking this seriously for a moment, I think some of that comes down to the thing about posting regularly. If you genuinely have something to say that often or that much, and you've got enough things that you can touch, like, look, give you legitimate examples. And again, I'm being serious here for a moment. If I took a lot of the stuff we talk about on these live streams and I really bullet pointed it out, different topics that come up and whatever over the course of these lives, and instead of doing a live, I said, oh, I want to talk about and expound on these topics, I could do a video a day. Because it's more than enough. Like if you break it up into pieces, You could do something like this where you get a panel to talk on different pieces. You could literally just split it up. 10 minutes on this topic, 15 minutes on this topic, 10 minutes on this topic, 20 minutes on this topic, whatever. Boom, 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 boom. And then you've got videos for a week and a half, just doing one solid recording session from like an hour and a half. When we do a podcast episode on the Monday, we'll usually have one topic that we'll expound on for a little bit. Well, we could take a couple of those segments and break them up. I could make 2 or 3 videos out of them, really, out of the one recording. And there you go. That covers me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden we got Thursday. I could do one standalone episode, and then boom, you got a live on Friday. And I never repeat content. I could do it, but that would also necessitate me having to break up these videos, doing some editing into it, and making all these little components of it. And it's like a lot of. I could just have a video of Bobby trying to kill the fly.
Yeah,
that could be a multi-day episode.
And I have not heard.
See, you got it,
Mr. Miyagi.
He was playing with me. You play with fire, you're gonna get burnt.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's right there in a story arc. But the point is that you could take these, if your objective is to get content on your channel every day, instead of sitting there trying to come up with a new idea for every single day, you could take components of it and break it up. If you go in some depth, but you break it up into pieces. I'm giving you chapters 1 through 3 today, 4 through 6 tomorrow, 7 through whatever the following day, and so on and so forth. And by the time we're done, it's a fully thought out concept or discussion, but I've given it to you in components as a series.
Yeah.
Therefore, I'm not forcing myself to come up with a new idea for video every day and literally running out of ideas, and then we're screwed. Yeah. Once you do that, if you're trying to come up with a new idea every day, then you wind up with the derivative content. The only reason this video exists is because it's sponsored by ComC. The only reason this video exists is because it's sponsored by Pristine Auctions. And the only reason this one exists is because it's sponsored by insert other one here. AMG. This video would not have existed if somebody wasn't paying for it.
AMG Sports Cards.
Well, listen, AMG Sports Cards loves and appreciates the wonderful content we provide.
I'm glad someone does.
And we appreciate that. But that's the point. So a lot of the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame folks that did that got to a certain point, getting there, making videos and stuff. But then after that, it's like,
well, these 4 years didn't have enough behind them to really support it. So
yeah,
what are you gonna do?
And then eventually you run out of newer stuff. Like I've scaled back on videos for no other reason than I could literally make a video every day talking about certain things. But then I'm like, I already made that video. Mm. And I'm very comfortable with what I said last time. I could just repeat myself. I literally could. And enough time goes by the way, a new audience would pick up on that. Oh, that's interesting. It's I already said it. I literally already explained this, like in the exact way I'm about to explain it again. Is it worth me doing that? Or the ultimate, do a reaction to somebody else talking about the same thing. Do a reaction video to it. I've done the reaction videos to it, and I've had a lot of fun with certain ones. But they were interesting enough for me to be able to kind of parse them out a little bit, really break it up and really comment on certain pieces of it. There hasn't been too much lately in a while that this might be worth the, commentary treatment. A lot of it is pretty generic, man. Like it's real basic stuff. So I'm like, what do you want me to comment on? It's pretty straightforward. There's not much there.
Yeah, you could do a reaction comment to a reaction.
Right, you could. Yes, that is a thing. Yes. So this baseball card life here says, I saw many showcases were half empty. The event staff were very helpful. Internet wasn't great. And I didn't try to make a phone call. Appreciate the boots on the ground perspective. So thank you for that. It's hard for us hockey guys to take the national seriously without going to the expo other than the social part of it. The social part of it, I think, is going to be the key for that if you want to go there. Robert here says the risk of blasphemizing or blaspheming. I think it's blaspheming.
Yes.
Geoff's content from the national has been pretty decent. The thing is, if you take it again, if you grade on a curve and remember what you're watching, take it as, entertainment, don't listen to, if he gives you instructions or ideas on something you should buy, like don't listen to him. But if you take it as an entertainment, it is well edited, very clean video. It does give you some perspective of some of what's going on. Don't worry about Jeff's deals because whatever. But if you take it in the context of like quality, good looking content where you get a chance to see a little bit of what's going on, it's not bad. You could do worse. You could do worse.
Yeah. And all I can tell you is I know that that's your true opinion because you and I, Carlos, we're texting about this very same thing. 24 hours ago or whatever it was, saying the exact same thing, that he's got good content. It's entertaining. It shows you what's going on. The video is very clear, and it's, he does a good job at it. You can't,
Mr.
just
Ham?
because you don't like one part of
Geoff. The thing is, he's got a production team, so the videos should be clean. They should look good. They should look crisp, and that is my expectation. And they meet that expectation. I don't expect too much of Geoff. I'm not sitting here demanding that he has this great hobby knowledge. He doesn't have it. However, if I want to see a slickly produced, nice-looking video that covers some of it, again, I'm watching many vlogs, so I'm getting a lot of different angles and perspectives on this. He can be part of that rotation because he's giving you one vantage point. But then watch this other one that'll give you a different vantage point. And you can watch this other one that'll give you something else.
Of who he is, and deserved or not, where his standing is in the hobby and in the business of the hobby, I think it should really say that he can get behind the red tape. He can hold the $1 million card. He can interview somebody who owns something or has some information. He can.
Listen, I didn't see him in the acknowledgments of any books. No. So, as far as I'm concerned, I have no idea who this guy is.
But just because someone isn't in the acknowledgments of this book does not mean that they're not a GOAT. Okay, so I'll just say that.
No, I believe that's exactly what it means. I don't think if you didn't make it, I think you're well short of GOAT status.
No. So, anyways, because of where he stands in the business of the hobby. And the connections that
card industry, hobby, card industry.
Yeah, in model trains, Geoff is nothing. In model trains, Geoff is nothing.
Yes. So the card industry, he can get access to things that say Mike Ham can't, right? And Mike really is doing a good job producing these. He goes to shows all the time in Florida.
And to your point, look real quick. To your point, Ham is like the opposite side of it. He doesn't have necessarily the connections to to get into a lot of the spaces, but he's giving you a completely different vantage point. If you go look, there was a 2-part, and each part was like 30 minutes. And you got him hanging out at the trade night. You got him sweeping through some showcases. So he was taking time to really show off certain components of it. So you're getting a completely different view. You're getting a different. So that's why I'm saying, if you are interested, but I'm saying if you're interested, I want to see Ham's vlog. Then we can see Geoff's for a completely different perspective. Then we can go watch like a Mike O or an Ed Westergriff or a lot of the, I know. But you can go watch those, and you're going to get a different vantage point again, a completely different view of the same show from someone else's eyes, because they're looking for different things. They're hanging out with different people. They're having different conversations. So that gives you a more holistic view. You're not just relying on this one little sliver that's all you're getting. It's like I said, Geoff is going to give you a very slick, beautifully produced kind of version of it. But then go check out what this other person's doing. You're going to get a total different vantage point.
Yeah. Was there a content creator like little show or something for them, or a little something they did last time they did? I don't know about this time.
So from what I understand, this show has an area that's supposed to be good for getting podcasts and stuff. I know that like the what's it called? I know a couple of the card shops, like the one in Buffalo, their name escaped me, David Adams. I know they've definitely done some lives from the expo from the National this time around. Yeah. So there are some companies that are taking advantage of having the space. And I guess maybe they have better internet in that spot, because apparently they're taking advantage of this and giving them access to be able to utilize this space. So in theory, if you're like a content creator, you could use this space with the National to produce something from the show floor and give you that chance to do that. So I don't know if they're taking advantage of it, but apparently it's there if certain folks want to use it. Again, I don't think anybody off the street could walk up and do it, but I think if you've got any following at all and you've reached out to them, there might be a chance you can use that space.
I know a year or two ago, they had one where it was a little convention off the convention, where all the content creators got together and they chatted about whatever. I think it was maybe even in the first year, maybe 2022, maybe somewhere around there.
Sure.
I just wondered if they've repeated that. I should ask. Because there's a lot of content creators now.
There are. That's right. So Will
Or
says, speaking
less
of
than there
dearly-
was probably then, but I mean, going forward.
Well, some of them died off like the dinosaur. The asteroid hit some of them. Speaking of dearly departed retired content creators, has our boy Ty resurfaced recently? So he's actually doing a separate channel. There is the Chasing Cardboard, but I think he's got his own channel where he does some stuff as well. But he's been pretty quiet relatively. Although Chasing Cardboard, from what I understand, is still making episodes. So
Really?
that's my understanding.
Hmm.
I thought so. Hold on, I'll double check right now, but I'm pretty sure it is.
I don't. It
Chasing
doesn't come up on my my searches and stuff. So
Chasing Cardboard. So let's see. Here we go. So they've had a video 12 days ago, a month ago, also a month ago, also a month ago, a couple of months ago. So they've had a couple of videos, at least in the last couple of months.
that's good.
So there's some. Stuke says most of the hockey cards that get highlighted are in vlogs or Gretzky rookies. It's pretty heavy emphasis on it. There's not a lot of hockey there. There is some, but you're getting some McDavid and like patch cards and stuff like that, like really fancy stuff. Also, is the Paquito curator still doing his thing? Yes, he was at the trade night. Geoff featured him in his little trade night walkthrough. Geoff did a live from the trade night, and in it he was waltzing around, and the great curator showed up there. So he was there. At the very least, he was there setting up a trade night. I can't speak to anything else, but he was there for sure.
The great
On my
creator.
Fargo show video, I showed a couple of hockey exhibits in the dealer case. Very nice, very nice.
Oh, cool.
There you go. Baseball collector estimated at 300 at the YouTube gathering this year. I feel like that's aggressive. I feel like 200 probably makes sense, but I don't know. I didn't take a head count, so if he's guessing 300, maybe it's a lot. It was a lot of folks for sure. Like in that relatively small, like in that Legion Hall, they were packing it pretty good. And they had 2 floors, and they had a little outdoor space as well where people were hanging out. So they had a, let's put it this way, that YouTube gathering was pretty strong. And as people were walking around doing the little loop, I saw a lot of faces I recognized from YouTube videos, man. I saw a lot. I looked around and I saw, I know who that is. I know who that is. I've seen videos from them and so on and so forth.
Did you see any big hats?
No.
I did see Big Hat in some vlogs with him walking around, but not in that one. He wasn't in there. But I definitely saw Big Hat for sure. 100% I saw him walking down.
He was doing the BWC booth or something.
Yeah. But no, I 100% saw him in a vlog where somebody else was talking, and he was literally walking in the background, down the aisle.
I asked him what his role was going to be and what he was going to be doing, and he said, "Well, there'll be certain times where I have to be at the booth to like do promotional stuff.
Yeah.
But other than that, he's the freedom just to walk around the show and do his thing."
Well, to shuffle, you mean slowly.
Yeah,
slowly. Yeah. Was there an iron circle around the curator? You know it, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
I missed the bad content with lying contradictions, and then Carlos recording it all and dissecting it Perry Mason style. Well, that's the problem. I got to be honest. The even some of the greatest culprits of this, they're like in hiding. They're in witness protection, man. They're like, back then, Bobby, it was so easy because it's like, you are now going to make a 10-minute video where you're going to say 500 really dumb things. And it's going to take me an hour to break down all the really dumb things you said in the 10-minute video. Yeah. And nowadays, they're all like in witness protection. They're hiding. They're around, but they're like not saying anything anymore.
Well, it was all
nothing interesting
vibes.
anyway. Yeah, nothing interesting anymore. Yeah. Iron Chastity Belda here. Hey, listen. I'm a man of peace. Do they not understand I am a man of peace? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Man of peace. Did someone post a video of the YouTube gathering? Yes. So I can probably find one here. I'll see if I. So I'm going to try because there's obviously so much stuff now. I will try to remember to see if I can showcase and include a couple in the description at least. So try to. So I know Orlando Collector's Dream did one for sure. And there was also one that I wanted to show off here. Yes, I think this is the one. I think I did bookmark it. Yes. Okay, so I'll play this without the audio. Yeah, so this one is the Orlando one. So you can check this one out for sure. There are others, but the Orlando one I think will give you a good kind of taste for it. So this was like 6.5 minutes. I'll let it play while we're talking a little bit anyway. But you can check out some of the other ones. So I'll include Orlando's one there since I did grab the link for it. So this is an example of one. I'll speed it up slightly, but basically it's playing there. So I'll let me pause for 1 second. Let me go back just a fraction of a second here. So if you pay attention here, here's Jason Cards and Comics. So right there, you can see one. So that's one face that's familiar to this channel. But you'll see more like as you go along. Here, I'll slow down. So that's Snoop there. Just gonna slow down a little bit. By the way, if you look when he pans back over, Big Scott is over on the side of the wall on the other side. So there's Mangini. So like you'll see people. If you pay attention, you're like, there's Big Scott and Victor. So there he is, the author himself. So right there. Boom. There's two more. Yeah. And so if you watch a lot of YouTube, man, just like pay attention. There's Double D vintage cards. So I can name off a bunch of people because I recognize faces. There's Garrett Card Cutter, New York Yanks fan. You've got a couple of other ones there. Moynihan there, that's baseball collector. You got that. There's Rick Vintage Oddball Cards. There's Lou Rock. I think Steven with a PH. I think he's got the one with the shirt there. There's Mike. Canadian cards. So he's literally just Orlando's just panning around the room, looking around. And this is, I think, Mookie Chilson. So he's one of the commenters. Scott, the artist guy. There's a bunch of folks, man. Like literally, he's just Blue Jacket. Thank you, Carlo. I was trying to remember the name off the top of my head, but I can do a pretty good roll call a lot of these folks just from memory, but it's tricky. So 3D 80s kid, who hosted the Hobby Palooza, was kind of running that thing.
Yeah.
But then you can just keep going around as he's going through. You'll see a bunch of different faces and names if you recognize them. And Orlando took a little rock, and there was at least one more video I saw that also took a rock. So there's Danny Black, you just saw a second ago. Yeah. You'll see a bunch of different folks. So this just gives you a taste because obviously people came and went, and Orlando literally kind of walks around the room and makes
Mike's signing balls.
Yes, he is. He is
on his balls.
Just look, I'm leaving it at that, Bobby. Just leaving it at that. So I'll let it play for a second. I'm going to get a refill, but look, you're getting a sense of it right here. You're just seeing it in front of you.
It was true.
I'm doing the audio just because it's kind of loud. But you can watch this video and you'll see if you watch a lot of YouTube, there's a good chance you probably recognize a lot of faces. Hey. Like I said, a bunch of these folks I've had on the channel at different times too. So gives you a little bit of a taste of that. And a lot of them are also wearing shirts that kind of give away who they are if you're really paying attention. They got their own logos and stuff on their shirts. So there's a lot of that as well.
Yep.
All right. So I'll pause it there. But that gives you pretty much the idea. And he does, oh, look.
Hey.
Yeah,
didn't make the Hobby Goat list. What a shame. Didn't make the acknowledgement, so we don't know who that is. Moving on. What a shame.
Some people would consider him a hobby buddy. Others wouldn't. Some would.
People without taste. Moving on. Let's see. So Suk says Orlando had a good one. Yeah, that was the one I saw. That was the one I just showed there. I remember Dustin's pal comeback card investor disappear. Again, my theory remains that if we ever find out who killed comeback card investor, allegedly, look for the sports card dad. Moving on.
Try to find the chocolate cake.
I think you missed Blue Jacket. Yep, mentioned that. Wes says lots of balls in there. Facts. Is that the Sports Card Hall of Fame? The YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame? Maybe.
Yeah, I guess so.
A lot of overweight middle-aged white men in that video, and I am also one of them. There you go, T206.
We're all in the same game together, yeah.
No worries, Jeff. No worries. Yeah, I'll link to that one. That's a good one because that's about 7 minutes. Like, it's not the longest. He actually just walks around the room a little bit. So if you just want to kind of get an idea, that's a good one. And again, there was at least one other one that I saw that also did a good job walking around the room a little bit and giving a little bit of a sense of it. And so there is the room, and then there was the outside, and apparently there was a second floor. And he didn't get to the second floor in that video, but he walked around that main floor area pretty well. And you got a bit of a sense for it. Yeah, so you're a little bit of a fly on the wall, just kind of moving around the room a little bit.
Yep.
Allegedly.
Could have went there and signed.
Is Orlando not the most popular human being ever? Listen.
You can sign
what was that?
Page 92.
Yeah, exactly. You'll sign 91, I'll sign 92.
Yeah.
Eric can sign a jar of mayo.
Yeah. He can sign page 650, War and Peace.
Oh, yeah. It's like way in the back. Way in the back.
Yep. No scribbles.
I get my hands on Victor. It's all over.
You give him a piggyback ride?
Maybe. I don't know. It's good. Just saying, with that hip and everything, I don't know. He looks like he's a little bit heavier than a bike.
I think Eric likes talking a big game. I don't believe him. I think he's a man who's gonna get real mad and is gonna take it out on his lawn as he waters it.
Yes.
He'll water it with rage.
Oh,
with
yes.
rage.
So the grass grew, which is good, but now it's all burnt and dead.
Amazing.
Why
Like
did
your soul.
So you wasted water?
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least it's it grew, it established roots, so hopefully it will come back. But right now, because I don't want to waste water, I'm not going out and watering it. We're in a small drought, so
Drought.
now
You got the ocean right beside you, brother.
I got the ocean, but you want me to put salt water on it?
He said, "Oh, nice."
I think you should put salt water on it. I can't see what could possibly go wrong. I think you should water your entire lawn and your neighbor's lawn with salt water and let nature take its course.
Yeah. Seaweed grows.
Hashtag science.
Yeah.
We're about to learn something about salting the earth. All right. So Robert says here, someone needs to send Eric an autographed Coach Mayo card. Exactly.
No.
Those are coming soon.
Mm-hmm.
If you thought that truck backing up had a load, it's coming, brother.
Like I said earlier tonight, there's no consortium conspiring against Eric either. I'm just saying. I just want to make sure we're clear on this. There's no consortium whatsoever. There are no additional lemon cards coming. None.
Better not be. I don't want this crap. Look at me. I got a Loch Ness monster. How stupid.
I told you, you're going to find out that Reggie's like, I fucking love that Loch Ness Monster card. It's the greatest thing I ever did in my career.
Listen, I don't know when it's going to be, but when I see him next,
when the restraining order ends,
if I know it's coming, because sometimes it just ends up in front of me. I didn't expect it.
So you're saying like Beetlejuice? You just say Reggie's name 3 times and he appears?
I wish I'd do that right now, but the next time I'm scheduled to see him, and I know I'm going to. I am bringing this and going, what's your opinion on this? And I will report back.
All right. But I'm just telling you right now, spoiler, it's going to be like, oh my God, that's fucking awesome. The only thing that would make it better is if it was a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Or a leprechaun.
Oh, it could have been.
Gold.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. I'll see if I can look up the leprechaun one and be like, hey, look what else they did to you.
Carlon says, I've been to Scotland. Nessie is real. I can prove it eventually. I like it. So we got that going for us. So kind of want to open it up a little bit. I do have a couple of other things that I can definitely touch on, but curious, what, if anything, y'all want to talk about? I'm basically giving you an opening. Eric, there's your chance. If you want to, Bobby, any thoughts or anything?
No, I talked about how I hate Josh.
Yeah.
You love Josh. Go on.
How I hate Victor.
Yeah. Love Victor. Go on.
I talked about how I hate Ham.
Ooh, you really love Ham. I bet you'd love Ham even more if he made a custom card of you.
Yes.
No. The only thing I need to know is what kind of complete
Mayo.
Just what's the word I want to use? Just
mayonnaise?
No. What car wreck dumpster fire has Beckett done at the National? That's all I want to know.
Oh,
no, they must have.
I feel like they've been pretty low key. Like I haven't heard one real thing about them at all.
What
are they even there?
Car
they are there, but I haven't heard anything wacky out of there.
Maybe.
I feel like they've been fairly low key, all things considered. I've been kind of surprised. There you go. I thought Godfather 2 was excellent, but overrated.
I can see their employees going, I don't want to go in public. Please. Please.
I actually want to make a point about this, not related to the Godfather itself necessarily, but it does touch on this theme. I'll touch on it here in a second. There you go. How many 1-of-1s do you currently have, Eric? How many 1-of-1s do you have?
One.
Bill says, Eric, can you send me your address? I want to send you a box of those.
No,
amazing.
No.
Send him all the things he loves.
Yes.
Now, just remember, V-Friends were made by a company called Zero Cool.
Yes, I remember.
But they're still making them. The V-Friends are still being made.
They tell you in the title What's happening there?
Eric, do you not understand? If you had watched the Geoff vlog, you would know that Geoff met up with Gary V in one of those episodes and gave him a lovely Knicks card. And out of gratitude, sheer joy, something you should learn about gratitude. Out of sheer joy and gratitude, Gary V is like, I have something that I need to give to you. Hold on. He walks over, he grabs a card, he goes in there, and I forget what he said, but he goes, I want to give this to you. And he gave Geoff Common Sense Cow.
Oh.
Fuck yes.
Wow.
I
Things you can get away with when you have a lot of
I
money.
don't understand. I do not understand. I cannot wrap my head around Gary V and this complete utter garbage. I will bring this. Now, we haven't seen this in a while, but
Poopy
this
Pony.
was inspired by
up Poopy Pony. Is this the moment? Poopy Pony's back.
This has been inspired by our friend Gary V from Zero Cool. He hasn't been around. He hasn't been around in a while. But can I get the big screen? Can I get the big screen?
I'll think about it.
Give him the big screen.
Right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, for your approval, welcome back to the show, Poopy Pony.
Hey, that's
inspired by Gary V and Zero Cool.
Where's the original?
Yep. This is the card version I made.
Oh. I bet Ham could get that City Prism Refractor.
Pony was created in response to the idiocy of fanatics releasing V Friends from Gary V. May God have mercy on your hobby souls. 2022. That's how long Poopy Pony's been around. 2022. I have it all in the back, just like a regular card. I have it all written on the back. Mm-hmm. And that is the Poopy Pony, the official Poopy Pony card. Thank you, Gary V. Without you, Poopy Pony would not exist.
Stu says Poopy Pony making chocolate sticks. Facts.
Yeah.
So let me read a couple of comments here. Robert says, Eric, show us your best 81 rookie cards you got. Man, did Gary V refuse to go to Atlanta? Maybe if you listen to Bobby. They almost named their company Sub-Zero Cool. I'm pretty sure that's actually a potato pooping.
Maybe.
I love that it's in a one-touch upside down. Correct.
Yes.
Gary V is a grifter. There you go. But he's got Common Sense Cow going for him.
True.
And there was another one that I had so much fun with back in the day, and the name escapes me right now. What was it? It was because they're all like alliterations. They're all these animals, but then there's a phrase before.
They all sucked. It doesn't matter.
There was one specific one that I loved referencing all the time, and now it's completely escaping me. I have to think about it. So real quick, I wanted to say something. Since Carlisle mentioned Godfather 2. So actually, it was funny. So this week, depending on obviously your workplaces do all different things. So they like to do a lot of these quarterly meetings. They like to do the town halls, quarterly things. So as part of that, they do the usual thing. Did it on Wednesday. We had ours for the specific quarter. And one of the things they wanted to do was have a get together for the team. They wanted to do like an activity for the team. And we had the chance to vote on a few. I wanted to go to the baseball game. I might get a chance in September, actually. They might have a game in September. But so we ended up, most of the people ended up voting for an escape room. So I don't know if any of you have ever done an escape room.
Yep. No.
I've done 2.
My daughter goes all the time.
Yeah, I've done 2. I did one with my team years ago, and this one with this group here. Different company, but same concept. So we went to the escape room. The escape room, there were 2 of them. There was one that was jungle themed, and then there was one that was Godfather themed. And we had enough people that we split the group into 2, and I ended up getting to go to the Godfather one, which is the one I wanted to go to anyway. So I thought, okay, it's interesting. Yeah. I thought it was well done for what it was. I thought it was pretty clever. Some of the puzzles were actually surprisingly clever. The hints were reasonable. It wasn't bad. But I like that they stuck to the Godfather theme correctly. Like there's a good way to do it, but it made sense in the context of it. And one of the folks was asking me, he's like, so, would seeing the movie have helped? And I go, yes, it would have helped with some of the puzzles to make a little more sense quicker, but it wasn't necessary. They gave you enough information that you can put the pieces together. I actually had a surprisingly good team because certain things I observed very quickly and I could see them very quickly. And then other folks were able to put certain pieces together and it complemented itself very well. But it was fun for what it was. But it was just funny that since he mentioned The Godfather, it's funny that the one we ended up doing was the Godfather theme one. We ended up solving it. We didn't get to in the time allotted originally, but we had a couple extra minutes because we had some time. So, but we ended up solving it, and it was actually, okay, this is actually pretty clever. I'll give it to you. once you know what kind of puzzle you're trying to solve, it helps the rest of it.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, it's pretty cool.
I did one that
Not
was
bad.
just everywhere, all over the place. I went, how are you even supposed to figure that out? How would you even know? It was just from one stupid thing to the next. It was like, when did you make this up? Yesterday. Like, come on.
I think the funny thing is, I would think that building one of those rooms requires, if you're doing it well, I would think that it requires a lot of very thoughtful planning, because you can put things in a sequence that makes a lot of sense, that leads you from A to B to C to D, so that you can, you solve this, it actually gives you what you need to solve the next one, which gives you what you need to solve the next one, because you can easily get lost in all the things that you could be paying attention to. But it requires a little bit of focus to really be like, key in. This is a detail you're going to need to know later. Pay attention to it, but don't fixate on it, because you got other things you need to be doing right now. But when the time comes, you're going to come back to it and you're going to want to remember this specific thing. And I thought they did a good job. I thought it was pretty clever.
Some are better than others, yes.
Oh, for sure. 100%. Yeah, Grifton Gary, there you go. Hyman Roth, best villain name ever. Look at you, Will. But
this is the current stack of leaf crap. This is where I'm at.
Doesn't like Leaf. You got a lot of cards.
Because I have a sickness, Bobby. All right, and the people
Clearly.
that are in my life that care about me are supposed to be helping me, so I don't do this to myself. Okay, and you have done nothing except encourage me to continue down this destructive path
Of Leaf?
of leaf crap.
I don't do anything past 1990, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what you're into. Like, Eric, hold on. I want to pause this. I'm gonna pause this. I'm gonna mute this man, Bobby. We need to have a quick discussion here.
Okay. Let's do it.
This man is accusing us of encouraging this. He is accusing us of, leading him down this self-destructive path. Point of order, a couple of things. Number one, I don't mind the Leaf thing one way or the other, but I'm not encouraging or discouraging Leaf. To your point, you don't really partake in dealing with anything post 1990. It's not really your lane. I do, but have I not said, Bobby, Mr. Burrell, in the Garage of Knowledge, Hobby Goat, acknowledged individual. I ask you, have I or have I not spent an inordinate amount of time on this very program denouncing the making fun of the pointing out that he's not even a real player. He's a figment of Eric's imagination, and or he's trash.
Yeah, I think you've come across
that. Sounds like discouragement to me. That sounds like I am doing the opposite of encouragement. Like I'm telling you, move on with your life. Do something better with it. Collect an actual hockey player. Dare I say a real athlete, instead of this garbage, this trash, this.
Yeah.
I'm doing the opposite of encouraging. I have done everything to discourage.
Oh, he's persistent.
I think it sounds to me like someone, it's like old bougie Eric, has an addiction. And he is trying to blame it on us, where the real problem is him.
That's the natural.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
How
you,
interesting.
It's me. It's not me.
How
it's
interesting.
So you understand that?
Huh?
I was afraid you weren't getting it. All right, so you do get it. All right, good.
Does that mean I care the most? Maybe. Anyone seen any favorite? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can read it. Go ahead.
All right, I'll just read a couple here. Anyone seen any favorable prices on any auction sites this week with the National going on this week? So not favorable prices on auction, but I was able to get something with a buy it now best offer.
Yes.
And I was able to, and I'll actually share that in a moment. So I actually did well. I was able to get something this week for sure.
When the cat's
First
away,
time checking it,
right? So it's perfect time in the hobby to buy from eBay.
Hey, listen, there are plenty of dealers who are not at the National who like money.
Yes.
So I made an offer, and the dealer was like, "I accept your terms," and I was like, "Great, sounds good." Zach says, "First time checking in. How's it going?" Eric is telling us about his addiction. He's trying to place it on other people, but he's refusing to accept responsibility for what he's done.
Zach, things are just horrible.
Horrid.
I'm being left
Every
out.
photo is the same, like the Junk Wax era days when people would buy 100 copies of the same Van Poppel card. I know.
This one's a snake.
I think you love it.
This one's a
Carlos,
tiger.
can you let me off the hook for old time's sake? I don't know. Can I let you off the hook? We'll see. Time for a limit intervention at all times.
Mm-hmm.
This one's a butterfly.
Hey.
This one's a Loch Ness monster.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
It just doesn't stop ever.
So keep showing the cards and while you're doing that. So Bobby, you're about to say something, please.
Oh yes. It's funny. I had a discussion today with somebody in this panel. It wasn't you, Carlos.
Sure.
And we did talk about the rights and wrongs of the hobby, and I was being actually berated, saying, "Why is things wrong in my information that I have?" And this gentleman outrageously told me that
Well, gentleman's a bit strong, but go on.
Yeah, you got to change it and fix it because PSA and SGC know more than the Burrell. So
wow.
I said,
Okay.
hey, whoa. So Eric, do you want to finish off the story there? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead.
All I'm seeing is I'm back to the Philistine and the Pharisee. Like, we're learning a lot tonight. I will be right back, but Eric, you continue your heresy, and I will come back and denounce you.
I just want to pull out some of the quotes in the text.
Uh-oh. Heretic, the voice of the hobby goat has spoken.
I'm with you to the end. I said, okay, boss.
Yeah.
It says,
we start from the beginning.
I'll go to war with you, even if you are wrong. I'll go to war with you.
This is, I'm getting the back end of the conversation. We need the front end of the conversation.
How in the world do you think there was heresy, or I somehow challenged the Burrell when I have it in writing that I said I would go to war on this with you, and I am. Damn right, it should be. After you said this should be on the write-up, and I said, damn right, it should be.
Act 1, Scene 1. Let's go back to that.
Yeah. So we had a
discussion.
We had quite a collection come into the shop today.
Yes.
Here is an example. Here's a Fred Cyclone Taylor card, and you will see that it says 1911, 1912 Imperial Tobacco Fred Taylor number 20. Okay, and it is in a 3. We had a stack of all different ones come in. So I simply went to someone, because I don't have access to your application. I had to find somebody that did have access. They wouldn't give me their password. They did one of these, like, beep, 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 beep. Okay.
Use it.
Because they didn't want, so I'm not allowed to, in case I got a hold of his phone or something. And I went to look at some of the prices. And it says that in this application by the Burrell, that the cards are 1910 to 1911. And I said, you should double check your app for the 1911, 1912 Imperial. I think you have them labeled 1910 and 11. And you said there is no 1112. And then I showed you the picture of the cards. And then I went on eBay and showed you a list of cards on eBay, all saying 1911, 1912. And your response, the funniest I think I've ever heard from you, was, how dare they question the Burrell?
There you go.
And I was laughing so hard a little pee came out.
Wow. Yeah, it's hard to believe.
I am right. They are wrong. And they have been wrong for 20 years. I said, okay, but there is a lot of people on eBay that are wrong. And then you said something about worldwide brainwashing.
Yeah.
So we went, you kept sending information and trying to explain that everyone else in the world on eBay and in card grading is completely wrong, and you are right. And I said I would go to battle with you no matter what, and die on that hill with you.
Yeah. And I did state that it was written in this app at the bottom, because everyone just reads the first paragraph. I think there's like 6 or 7 paragraphs in that whole thing. But regardless, that it is incorrect. And it's been incorrect for a long time. And you will get SGC, PSA, whoever, KSA for sure, to get it wrong, because we've documented those as we look on the back and we say 1911. Back in those times in the 10s, they started playing in January and February. Those are the 2 months that they basically played. I don't even think it went into March because there was so few games. It was a Challenge Cup, NHA too, on top of that. So those the players, if it was said they played in 1911, that means 10-11, because we hyphenate the year, and we always take it back just to put it in perspective. You know, if you won the 2020 Stanley Cup, it was 1920. You know, and so we take it back even to the 10s, even though it was just for a 2-month stint. That it has to be that date. So we have the first year, the C56, as which Burdick has C56, C55 his second year. It wasn't a matter. Burdick never really got into being chronological. He was just documenting for the sake of documenting. So those are wrong to screw up people to begin with, and then you get into the first year, which was 1909-10. And I sent you something, Eric, a picture of one particular player where he only played one season, so he couldn't be in the 2 years past in the other seasons. So the first year, the C56 is 1909-10. The second year, the C55s are 1910-11. And by doing the research on all that, it can be confirmed 100%. And also, on the C57s, they were 12-13. So there was a year hiatus in between, and those cards were documented that way. So that is the official word. Unfortunately, I don't think PSA has it wrong. I know SGC, because they put the 2 years there, that's where they get it wrong. Does PSA do that too? I can't really remember, Eric.
Usually they do 1 year. Depends on the
yeah,
product.
they usually cover, they straddle to, and it's a safe way of doing it, right?
Yeah.
Which
Because
is
I
fine.
know
It
that
really doesn't.
I know for like some of the modern hockey, it'll have the 1 year.
Yeah, and they've actually done that with a lot of things. And they said, no, we'll leave that because we have the year in there. And I said, yeah, okay, that's fine. And, you know, but it helps people. Is it important? Yes, it's completely important that we know the exact year, historically speaking. So, you know, SGC won't change it. He never even got back to me. Anyways, he wouldn't change other stuff in the 20s. So how's he going to change the 10s? They don't want to incur the cost of changing all the holders.
Well,
and maybe
just to show you asked a question, so I want to
Yes.
make sure you see this.
Yep,
That says 1911. So you're saying this is 1910. PSA says it's 1911.
Well, they're probably saying 10-11. So they can get away with that. See, it's a hyphenated year. So they played in January of 1911. So it's 10-11. Because basically we start in September, we run until March in current times, or in the last 50, 60, 70 years. Going back to that time period, the only 2 months that they played are the whatever games. I think there was like 15 games if they were lucky. And then they did challenges for the cup. So they would take it around and challenge each team. Yep. And unfortunately, those time periods, they don't go to the next year. So if it's 1911, 11-12, we would assume. But the unfortunate thing that SGC did is that they actually hyphenated the year. So they put 9-10 or 11-12. There was no cards 11-12. It was, 12-13. We went to the C57s after that. So they are technically wrong. Now, if they would have left it as 1911, like PSA, there wouldn't be any scuttlebutt, so to speak.
Wow.
But because they are in actual error, they should fix that. But who's going to send all their cards back to get that done?
And to answer your other question, because you assumed, and you assumed correctly as always, there's KSA with
I did assume
11-12.
And it's just sort of the blind leading the blind. But I can't really blame them too much because it's been in the hobby for such a long time. It's just been carried over, and nobody's really corrected it. Although I wrote it in my 2006 book, it was properly dated at that time. So it's only been 20 years, something like that.
Hey, listen, 20 years is not that long.
No.
So Stu here is saying the Beckett catalog is wrong, question mark. And Stu, I know
Probably.
what you're asking. I understand this is a controversial take, but look, all I'm going to say, Bobby, and I know you want to stray away from this controversial take, but I have to say it. I would be not being truthful to the people. I have it on good authority that Dr. Beckett's not a real doctor. And all I have to say, I just have to ask the question. I got to pose the question to you people. If he'd lie about that, what else is he lying about?
What else is he lying about?
Endless.
What else? If you can't trust that a man who calls himself a doctor is not really a doctor, what else is this man lying about?
Yeah.
I want to show this one also because it looks like SGC is either has changed or this was the past. I'm not sure. But now I don't know when this was graded, right? Because you can't, but it says 1911 only.
Oh,
just
is that an old?
PSA.
That's a newer one.
Yeah, so
That
I
is a
don't
new one.
Oh,
It's
so
possible they may have changed it. So I can't speak to it for sure, but that is a newer label. With the big number and all that, that is a newer label.
That's a new one, yeah. So they looked at my book and went, shit.
But,
take that 12 out of there. We'll play it safe like PSA does. Now I don't know about the other grading companies. KSA, obviously, you know, everybody's following the same
but
thing.
here's the big number. I mean, big number, for SGC, new label, and it's 11 and 12.
Oh,
So
consistency. I love it.
So I don't know what the hell's going on.
That's consistency of inconsistencies. That's perfect. I do like that.
Yep.
So what happens there? Is it worth changing? Is it worth, sending your cards back to get it re-subbed properly? No. And I think and they won't do it anyways. They probably wouldn't acknowledge it. They would just say, well, prove it. And it's like, I don't have to prove it. It's all there anyways. I even wrote about it. So all the right dates are correct in my book. And a lot of people disputed it, but they didn't even research it. It's just a matter of disputing because they've been reading Beckett for the last 30 years or any other sports magazine publication. And they will go to their deathbed still stating, man convinced against his opinion is justifiably still against the opinion because nobody wants to be wrong. I've been doing this hobby for 40 years. You've only been, I said, I don't care. I did the research. What'd you do? Nothing. You looked at a fucking guide.
So for the record, I love that people are paying close attention here. Eric, the other one you showed us a C59 lacrosse. CC says the 1911 SGC card was a lacrosse card.
All right. Well,
no, the C15. Yeah. Okay. So we have the.
I don't know. I just hit hockey 1911.
But it's the same.
Hockey, so it shouldn't have
the
been in there.
Same years kind of thing. But when did lacrosse season start? It would be in the summer months, right? So they don't do a hyphenated year anyway. So it wouldn't really much matter as long as the years are right. Now I haven't done the research on the lacrosse cards. And I don't really even get into the lacrosse cards. I know people collect New Zealand and all the other players that were in the lacrosse series, but I'm not wasting my time on that. Somebody else can do that. I got enough things to take care of. But I corrected a lot of dates that are wrong with SGC. They actually have more mistakes. I've helped PSA along the way, and they've been really, proactive at getting things done. But for the most part, most of the other companies just follow suit. It's just a date. Does it really matter? Yeah, it does.
I think so.
What can you do? It is what it is. They're not going to change anything. But acknowledgement, I think the worst thing would be acknowledging that they're mistaken. I wouldn't say wrong, but mistaken.
Well, we've learned tonight that acknowledgement is hard, and some people really struggle with acknowledgement.
Oh yes.
And if you acknowledge something, some people feel
not getting the proper acknowledgement that one deserves, which is at least a preface and one chapter, possibly two.
Well, I promise, Eric, if I ever write a book, I will spend an entire chapter denouncing you.
Better be.
Well, I will be mentioned. I will have a whole chapter.
Oh no, you'll be mentioned mostly as that asshole from Massachusetts, but you'll know exactly who it is.
But I'll get my own chapter.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, then I'm
without
good.
question.
Well deserved.
Carlisle is asking a valid question. Is Dr. Beckett a dentist? Because, you see, a dentist would be an actual MD. So, no, he's not. Because, Bobby, unlike Jimbo Beckett, not doctor, he is not a dentist, not a DMD like Dr. Britt Baker.
Oh,
who is
yeah.
in fact a DMD and can correctly call herself a doctor.
So the one who is a dentist, or what was a dentist?
She is a practicing dentist as we speak. She is certified and has a dental practice. So she is a practicing dentist.
Oh, so you have Brian Price, Dr. Brian Price, who started Parkhurst in the 90s, and
did the be a player, and did be a player in the game.
Be a player, BAP, and and also the other one, what is it?
President's Choice.
President's Choice, yes.
Yep.
So he is a doctor.
He is a doctor.
Yep, and he's done very well for himself.
So we have real doctors in the hobby. Why be a fake doctor?
It's easy.
Just saying. I don't know.
I gotta be a doctor too. I gotta get in it somehow.
Okay. Yep. How was that? I'm good with calling him the Honorable James Beckett, PhD. Listen, he can be honorable when he finally acknowledges the limitations of his degree. When he stops these false pretenses and tells the people the truth, he can begin the process of healing. Then and only then can he seek honor.
But the Beckett magazines will still be wrong.
Oh, they will. And I just appreciated that by asking the dentistry to give me an excuse to be like, but Britt Baker is in fact a doctor. She can't call herself doctor. That DMD is a doctorate of what is it? It's medical dentistry, something like that. But it is in fact an MD. It is still a form of MD, which is valid. That is valid. That counts.
Yep, for sure.
Zach says, have you ever talked much about the Geoff national videos? A couple of things amused me. So we did mention it. We talked a little bit about vlogs and a few of them. So we have touched on that for sure. Real GOK. There you go. Bobby keeps it real. Yes. There's another kind of doctor in the hobby, the card doctor. That is true.
Oh,
we got that.
And all the other card doctors.
Who does the doctoring of the cards.
Yeah. Pigs and and all these other things. You're coming up with a lot of big words today.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Luke says Beckett is an eminent scholar. Is he a rogue scholar? Does he have hashtag scholarship? I don't know.
He's rogue, all right.
It's a tough one. I don't know.
He is sharp though.
The joke is not that he's not a smart guy. The joke is that it's me being picky on the doctor thing. The fact that's always been included in there. Listen, I don't give a crap. You call yourself whatever you want, but I never considered a PhD is not a doctorate. Well, it's a doctorate, but you're not a doctor. I want you to have MD. Look, you can be a DMD or you can be a straight up MD. If you're an MD, you can be a doctor. But it's always been included as part of the thing. It's like, but Dr. Beckett, stop it, children. Stop it. We're being picky now for the sake of fun, but still, stop it, children.
Yeah.
It is fun, though. I will say that. But yes, so to answer the question there, so Zach, yes, we did talk about Geoff's one. If there's something in particular that you're interested in mentioning about it, by all means. But yeah, we definitely talked about it, and there were some fun things about it. A lot of it is kind of what I expect from Geoff. But look, they know they can build a content machine. He built that channel off the strength of national videos. The initial thing that got him the initial big bump in subscribers, like if you are a person who actually wants to build up a channel, having walkthroughs of the national, showing certain things, the build up or tear down, or like walking around and getting a little bit of the sense of the thing. People are interested, man. There's a reason we're flooded with videos right now, and people are interested. They are watching. So if you would like to build up your channel, it's as good a time as any to get those videos out there. And if you can bring anything interesting to the table, in addition, any kind of commentary, anything you can add that might be of interest, that'll get you some traction. People will at least pay attention.
Yeah.
My daughter is addicted to the Doctor Who, particularly the 10th Doctor. If you know, you know. There you go. At least he's not an Esquire. We can only hope.
Ooh, I was thinking about adding that.
Yeah. Got to be one of them lawyers. Everyone loves a lawyer.
Well, I am dealing with facts.
Zach says, why are there so many people trying to sell cards as you? Yes, this was a good one. So in one of the vlogs, Geoff went over by the Cards HQ booth, and they had a big lineup of people that were trying to go there to sell them stuff. And the guys were saying that they're trying to process everything, but the wait times, they're at a point where it's like taking them like 2 hours, 2.5 hours to get through it. And then, and then Jeff was like, wait, like 2 hours? And he's like, so he grabs a box of like water bottles. He goes, thank you for your patience. Take some water. Here you go. He does the goodwill tour, walking by, handing out some water bottles.
Yep.
Just made me laugh.
You can see the case on his shoulder, and he's handing them out, and people in line while he's going.
Yeah. He just walks over by the box and just starts handing
You'll
it
be a
out.
while.
Yeah.
But then the water makes them have to go to the washroom. Then there's an hour lineup for the washroom.
One guy mentioned that. One guy mentioned that exact thing. He was like, that's the reason he didn't take it. He was like, he didn't want to have that issue.
No water. I'm thirsty, but no water, please.
Yeah. So Zach is saying they can't pay that well. Here's the thing. From what I understand, I have no idea, because you got to remember, if they're selling in the store near comps, then they've got some room to be able to pay closer to comps than a lot of other dealers who are going to give you some room the other way. Now, does that mean they're the best possible deal in the room? I doubt that. But if you're trying to sell something and you can get 70, 75%, and they're going to sell for 100%, and so they'll take their 25, but you can get 75% and sell out a bunch of stuff, and they'll just buy it with minimal muss or fuss, and you can get 75 cents on the dollar and just get out of there.
Yep.
Maybe it'd be worthwhile. I can't answer that for you, but maybe
if you bought smart, you know that 25 points, either you break even or maybe even make a few bucks. So
it could be, so it might make sense, especially if you're talking about, because they're not just buying the cards, because they need a ton in order to consistently keep that flow going. So like it necessitates them having to buy a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So but I have no idea. Like I couldn't tell you. There you go. Dr. Sinister, or aka Ass Man. There you go. You've got a new moniker.
Ass Man. What is that?
There you go. Look at you.
Oh, there he is. The Ass Man. Yeah.
There you go. The 2+ hour lineup to sell cards to Cards HQ is pretty impressive. It's a lot. It seems to be that there's a lot of lines in that show, though. For a lot of lines for a lot of things.
Yes.
Success. The guy I work for in Dallas sold a lot to Cards HQ. They stopped by the booth and said, "We'll buy that and that and that and that." Yeah, they're literally like they're trying to buy stuff all over the place.
And you have to understand the marketing. They're putting out these videos. 2 reasons. 1, showing people that we're willing to buy, and look at what we're buying and how hard of a push we're putting on. Come to us and buy these from us now. Okay.
It's a business model I can't see working for long. It's too many sales.
You might be right.
Compensation from any other, I guess, part of his business that really compensate for that.
But putting on the video of them working with these big cards and now possessing them and showing people that we're willing to spend and buy to get the stock, and look at all this stuff that we have. We already know this guy's got more subscribers than just about anybody else in the hobby, right? For his YouTube.
Yeah, right now I would say he's got the most. I think they're still pretty much at the most still.
Right. All those people who are watching, all those subscribers who watch, are now seeing what he's doing, and it's literally. I don't want to say literally that. No, that doesn't make sense.
You did. You said it. You got to finish it now.
It's like free advertising because YouTube's free, right?
Well, the whole channel has always been an infomercial for market movers and now Cards HQ. Mm-hmm. The entire point of it, what we talked about a couple minutes ago, just so we're all on the same page here. The entire reason he understood some time ago that the slick production is part of optics. It's basically in every single video they do on there is an infomercial for whatever they're working on. Their sponsor, market movers, Cards HQ. If they're partnered with somebody, Pristine Auctions, they're doing stuff with occasionally. They used to do stuff with eBay, and they still do occasionally. So eBay. So they're basically selling. This is a big channel. It's got a lot of potential viewers. If you hit the right chord with the right topic or the right video, you can go viral and get more. But you've still got a base of subscribers that can go watch stuff. And it's a great advertising piece that kind of playing into the point here. T206 said, I bet part of the waiting in line is to try to get into a Geoff YouTube video. There are people who will like literally slow down as Jeff is doing a walkthrough because they basically want to be on. It's like getting on TV. Hi, Mom. They're like literally the YouTube has become the hi mom. I just want to be in the background getting in the shot. And people will go out of their way to play into it. Dealers may give occasionally, be a little bit more agreeable to a couple percentage points just to be like, just to come off that they were able to close a deal. Whereas somebody else, they may hold the line a little harder, especially if they don't have as much money into it. They'll hold the line harder to try to squeeze more profit. But we got a camera here, and this is an opportunity for me to then promote my spot, because then I get shouted out and then I can draw some additional attention. Everybody's trying to get a piece of the pie.
As
Obviously.
seen on, Jeff Wilson's, show, it's free advertising for you.
There's always been an aspect of that. That's always part of the deal. So Robert here is saying, aren't the repackers paying near comps? So some of them are paying pretty strong relative to comps. They're always leaving some margin. They're always trying to leave themselves some room because they still want to move the product. But again, it's all relative. So what I mean by that is, you've got an item that let's just use an easy number. Let's say it's $100. Let's say that's the going rate. That's the comp is $100, just to make the math easy. What if you bought it for $60? What if you bought it for $60 and a repacker comes by and says, we'll give you 75 or 80? You made your $20. You can flip it immediately. Just get it out of here. You bought it in a lot, so your amount into it is less. They're offering you 75, 80 cents on the dollar. You made money and it's gone immediately. You got cash in your hand and you're out the door. As opposed to, yes, you can sell it and maybe you get your $100. So if you sell it on eBay and you get your $100, that means you actually get $87. Because we got to factor in 13%, right? We got to tack that on the fees. They're trying to do the Fanatics Marketplace thing. In that $100 range, if you're on target, you're going to get charged 6%. So you get 94 cents on the dollar. That's pretty good. But if the repacker comes by and says, I'll buy all 50 $100 cards you have, and I'll give you 75 cents on the dollar, but I'll take them all.
Mm-hmm.
Then you sold an entire box full of stuff and got it out and got your cash, and you can go buy other things.
Yeah.
So it's all relative, right? The thing about comps is that a lot of times everybody sits there and acts like, and I'm not saying you do, but I'm saying people sit there and act like people buy and sell at 100% of comps all the time. No, the buyer is trying to get as cheap as possible every time. They would rather pay 10% of comps, and the seller would like to get 110% of comps. So the truth will lie somewhere in the middle. We'll usually wind up somewhere between the two extremes. But comps are just a guide. They're just an anchor point to give a starting point to negotiations. Otherwise, we're all making up numbers based on nothing.
Yeah.
That's it. Just to give us a starting place so that we're not, I think it should be $50,000. Why? Based on what?
Based on their research.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Most people's research consists of just, I'm making it up. Like there's no research. It's just like, whatever number sounds high enough, I want to make this amount. It's like, that's a 1991 Fleer Comet. I think it should be $500.
Yeah.
Congratulations. No one else does. Like, it's not true. You can wish for whatever you want. Willer says next national, show up and sell. DD AVP pills is a markup. The hormone analog that keeps you from urinating. Will's all about making business. He's got options. I just don't get how the G-Off channel does well. I watched it for about a week in 2020, realized there was zero substance and moved on. Having substance is not a prerequisite for YouTube content.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this.
Oh, we are full of the content. Let me tell you, the content. We are so full of content. Look, Eric, I'm telling you right now, like, go ahead, give me one counter argument saying we're not full of content. See, he says we're number one.
Yep.
Last year at the National, there were hundreds of kids around the SCI booth. I would walk around a long way to get by the booth, easier to move on. And it looked like from the video I saw, there were still a lot of kids around that booth because they got their little kid section.
And, he's going through the crowd and kids are giving him that, hey, I know you look. And he, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. And like fist bumping all the kids. I think that's great. And,
He's good that way.
I'm pro kids. And for this guy not to, act like a total jackass and be like, I'm way too big to be saying hi to kids. He probably ignores plenty of adults, and that's fine, because some adults are stupid. And they're the ones online, typing all the bad shit at him. So, but the fact that he's good with the kids, that's fine with me. I like that.
Yeah, he's good that way.
CC says, I can't say it was successful, but Jeff did run and own his own marketing agency. That is true. For sure, Streeted Cards HQ and SI is primarily marketing channels. 100%. They are marketing channels. Whether they're so, I'm not in the books, and I'm not going to pretend I am. Whether they're successful or not, just watching the videos, you can see they're all funnels to one of the things that they're doing, either a sponsor or Cards HQ or market movers. Every single component of it. It may as well literally say infomercial at the top of the screen. They're all infomercials, all of them. The point is to sell the product. That's the reason this video exists.
Mm-hmm.
With all the videos on this channel, you know why it exists. It exists to sell one of the suite of products they've got. That's all. And that's fine. Makes sense. I get it. Gotta roll those bowling ball offers. Never know when you get a strike, baby. Good evening, Lapper. Good evening, fellas. Eric.
Lapper. Lapper, are you at the National?
I know Dr. Exclusive is.
Okay.
He's made his way into a couple of vlogs. I saw that.
I want to know if Lapper's at the National.
At the National.
At the National.
Says the cringe video I saw at the National was Mojo shaking hands with people as they entered the show floor. Guy looked like he was campaigning. Maybe he was. There's still time. He can get in. Last minute. It's actually funny, during one of the walkthroughs, Orlando saw his good buddy Mojo, and they had a nice little chat as part of it. It's always been kind of a funny little thing. Orlando's a big fan of Mojo and a bunch of the guys. And actually, Ryan Nolan, I forget the breakout cards. I want to say breakout cards. But Ryan Nolan, the one who does the counterfeit book and stuff, the young guy. So he was at the YouTube get-together. That was part of that video, I think, that Orlando shot. So that was part of it. Let's see. Lapper. Not at the National. Bought my plane ticket and booked hotel for the expo, though. Nice.
Cool.
Nice.
Cool.
Oh, hopefully we'll see you there.
Yeah, let's make sure we get a chance to say hi when in November. I'll probably see you at the Thursday dinner again.
There's a Thursday dinner? Lies.
Not for you.
That's a lie. Everybody knows there's no Thursday dinner.
There's a Thursday dinner, but not for you.
Outrageous. Insanity. What kind of miscreants and Dallas card show thieves would attend such a thing?
Myself.
Aha! Dallas card show thieves. Breakout cards right on. That's the one. Thank you. So what a double check. I was pretty sure. Yeah, we'll see you guys there 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Thursday I'll be there. Perfect.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Good.
Again, there's no Thursday. I don't know what the guys.
There is.
Like, is there like an IHOP or like a gas station somewhere?
Your invitation got lost in the mail again.
I could walk in there anytime I want. There's no invitation required, and you don't have security. I assure you.
Yeah, please don't.
It's like I'd like to order one of every drink you have. Why? Give the bill to the tall jackass, the one without the neck. Show floor looks way too crowded, maybe. And I was going to the East Cobb Sports Collectibles show this weekend. Very specific, Carla. Very specific. Very specific.
I don't know what that is.
I'm secretly hoping it's Cobb County, Georgia, because then we get the Big Boss Man reference.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
That would be good.
See, if Big Boss Man was around, you wouldn't have had the
Dallas Big Boss Man.
But I'm saying, Big Boss Man was around, you wouldn't have had the Dallas Cartridge Theft.
Nope.
You want him to give you a hard time? You're not messing with the Big Boss Man.
Love the Big Boss Man.
Land of Lakes papering postcard show for me. There you go. Had a panic attack just looking at all those people in small space you do get together. It was tight. Like I said, I'll leave a link to the Orlando's one because I think the Orlando one is a good representation of kind of the space at the time. And the problem is the Legion Hall is not tiny. It was good. It was good for what they had, but I don't think they realized that it was going to be like, I don't know the real number, but it felt like it was in the pushing 200 people. And considering the size of the space, it does feel a little cramped and confined. So it ends up creating this scenario where you're all kind of tightly bunched. You don't have a choice. Or you have to go outside to get a little more space and get a little more space between you. Cool idea. I guess they're going to need a bigger boat for the next go around, I guess. So they're going to have to think even a step bigger than a Legion Hall. Well, it's a good try. Like I give them credit. Like there's no way to know for sure. It's not like everybody was RSVPing and people were allowed to come and go. So you have to guess.
There is a way to fix this. And it's
by using the entire convention center.
So this is a moneymaker for everybody involved, right? The people running the show charge X amount for tables. They're going to get as many tables in that building as possible so they can make the most money possible. Understandable. But whether it be the little show that I talked about 2 hours ago when we discussed this the first time, or the National or the Expo, sometimes less is more. It would be better to have less tables, therefore more room for patrons. And now the patrons aren't miserable. Now, we already said earlier that it's impossible for someone to see every single table at the National. Even if you're in there all 4 days, morning till night, you'll never see it all. If you just take out X amount of tables, you'll still have the National. It will still be packed. There'll still be everything you need to see. And now the people can actually move around a little bit better. Like, we keep going back to that Saturday mess up in November, right? How about you don't have that many tables crammed into that freaking hallway? It's just stupid. It shouldn't be. Yet they want to get that money for from the dealers getting tables, and now they're cramming people in, making it extremely unenjoyable and dangerous.
I actually think so. Real quick, I'll touch on that, and then I'll touch on a couple of these comments as well. I think you could probably, given now where Menzie is on the current show, and now that they're using that second hall now as a thing, I think two things they need to consider doing is really maximizing the full space in the second hall, because you've also got the little space in the second hall, which they've started to use better, but you've got a little room in there, and then you've got a little stage area and everything, but you've also got a little space as well inside of that, like almost like a little mini hangar, like a barn thing.
Mm-hmm.
You could arrange some dealers in there if you want. So, and you could create a scenario where you can funnel more people in that way, which breaks it up and separates the two spaces. You're going to have to get really clever how you use it, but there is scenarios where you could make it work. But and that would allow you then to clear the hallway and allow it to be on one side, which in turn creates more space in that hallway, and it allows it to be a little freer to move people out north and south. So there are ways, I think, around it, but you really got to be clever in how you arrange those tables, and that's going to be key for you to make it work. So let me read a couple of these here. I'll get caught up. So good evening, Bob Jackson, of course. Robert says, how much of a fire sale will the Jays undertake in the coming days? I don't know how aggressive they're going to be. They should be, because they're not in a good state right now. They need to make some moves. I've paid attention, but I really am not too close attention to what the Jays are doing. I don't trust the current brain trust to make the correct decisions. It also doesn't bother me right now, because it's like those teams in 2015, 2016 were the ones I really liked. Right now, it's just like, yeah, there's a couple of young players, but we'll see what happens with them. But I don't know. I'm kind of lukewarm on their prospects for the foreseeable future. We'll see what happens. United Center next year. Here we go. CC says, I did not see any vids on YouTube get together, but if too many people, maybe they need to restrict to Hall of Fame members only. Now you're thinking. One of the Hall of Famers. Paul says, I agree. Less is more. Less Eric, more happy times. I know.
Oh my God.
That was perfect.
Duke says, the complainers are louder than the people that don't give a shit. That's always true. Carlos says, you think reducing the number of tables without changing the number of people will make it easier to move around? I think I understand why Jim Beckett is a doctor now. Fair. And hold on. To be fair. Thank you. The reality is, all the stuff we're talking about, the crowding, the amount of space, and is like, that's people doing it to themselves. They've been convinced. They've been told now, you got to go to the National. You got to go to the National. It's like, and we did the podcast where we talked about this. And I'm saying, now, unless I have so much control over you that I can literally make you come or go as I dictate based on my words, because I would be happy to have that power, just saying. And I would abuse it and use it for evil, just so we're all clear on this. However, short of that, do whatever the hell you want. It's your life. It's your business. But I'm sitting there going like, it doesn't necessarily make sense for all of you. There's no way you can convince me that it makes sense for all of you. There are several of you for whom it may make sense. For some of you, like, I really want to hang out with all the, the YouTube YouTube Hall of Famers. All right, fine. Then you got to do what you got to do. I get it. I understand. If that's what you got to do, you got to do it. But for a lot of people, I just think they basically at this point have been convinced that this is what you need to do. And I'm sitting there like, if it takes me an hour to get out of the parking lot, that sucks. If I have to get there at 8 a.m., because Lord knows I'm not, because the morning doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's like the Boston Bruins in hockey. It's fake. Does never happen. Never existed. But if I have to get up that early to get in line at the VIP line to get in the door, that's bullshit. That's trash. Why on earth would I do that? And I'm paying for this privilege? I am paying for the privilege of standing outside in a line like a peasant?
Yes.
And a VIP is more expensive. I am paying a premium to still be a peasant. That sucks, bro. Like, that's bad. So that's the problem. So it's like, so the amount of people, how crowded the aisles are and all that, well, that's because there's a lot of suckers they managed to con into this game. But at the end of the day, I'll go back to what I said. Look, if it makes you happy, man, do it. It's fine.
Yeah.
It wouldn't make me happy. I'd be pissed off, but that's me. I don't have the patience for that. Zach says, also heard there's a ridiculous wait to try to get in CC2's trade night. I have no doubt about that. That I believe 100%. Turkish Point has National making money on trade nights and get-togethers. At this point, it's like a value add for them. They're getting a little bit of a kickback at this point because it does draw people in. That's part of the thing. The great irony of it. Yeah, the VIP does have its own line, but they sold a lot of VIP tickets. Like the VIP line was still a long line. They actually sold a lot of those tickets. That was the point. So it's still a line. So you're still being heard. You're a slightly elevated peasant. As opposed to being the standard general admission peasant, you are an elevated peasant who still gets to stand in line. Like a peasant. Seems like a bad deal to me, but sure. Just my opinion. Do you think the main hall of the expo is far too dense packed? I don't think the main hall is too dense packed. I think it's fine. But I think there is an important, to Eric's point, the hallway between the two halls, the aisle, the gap between the two halls would be fine if you didn't put dealers on left and the right, because you're actually compressing the space. And then people trying to look at the tables, it's compressing the space. So you're creating this pinch point, and then you're doing the signers over there. So you direct traffic there automatically, which is good to get traffic to the other hallway. But you've also created this tight little window, this narrow band for people to get in and out. So it's not great. So it's one of those things you got to factor in.
It's bad.
Some of the corporate booths are crazy. A lot of work putting those up for 5 days. They feel like it's worth it, man. They feel like it's worth it. They feel like they have to represent. When a hobby becomes miserable, it stops being a hobby. And that's why I don't like the National. It takes the fun out of what's supposed to be fun. Fair enough. I get it.
Well said.
Some said get there at 11 a.m., leave at 5 p.m. was easier in and out. So I agree with that. And I definitely saw that. But here's so here's kind of my point on this. And what Stu's saying is correct. My point is this. If I am paying for VIP tickets or whatever the case may be, why should I have to compromise? Why do I need to intentionally go in later if I want to go in earlier, or leave early if I want to stay towards the end, to avoid the misery of dealing with traffic in or traffic out? That means there's a disorganization. That means something has to be fixed in the way, because there's a traffic flow problem here. The convention center is big enough to house presumably the amount of people. But one of the criticisms is that the parking lot doesn't have like police officers directing traffic, keeping people from like creating these jams all over the place, or keeping the flow moving so that people don't get stuck. Because imagine you did your show, you took care of your day. All right, you want to go get a bite to eat, go get some dinner. You have to get in a car, right? Well, you're stuck in the parking lot for 35 minutes. To escape the parking lot. You'd be easier just to get out of your car and walk, abandon the vehicle and just go.
Right.
That's not great. That's bad. That's bad. Just so we're clear, that's bad.
That
doesn't seem like a good experience to me. That doesn't seem like a good experience to me. Yes. So it's an important line. That's right. They're high-level peasants. Great numbers, national attendance are indicators of the card bubble continues. I don't think the card bubble is in any danger right now. I think the hobby is still alive. contrary to popular belief. I think I would prefer the nearly important people line if it were shorter. Fair. VIP is like Disney World Fast Pass. Instead of waiting 90 minutes, you wait 60. Basically, that's what happened there.
Yeah, right.
I found the VIP experience at the expo to be pretty well done. That's fair. Kudos to Upper Deck. Looks like many at the National have set up and copied UD2 two-level booths design. Yes, there's definitely been some that have borrowed that. I won't speak for the VIP experience at the expo anymore because I don't do that. Now I'm kind of do dealer pass style. Now the advantage of that is you can take the side door. You don't have
True.
Oh my God, it's so much better than the first year that I went. Yeah,
Yeah, that was a bad.
Membership has its privileges. It's much
They're
nicer to come around the back.
They're
With
going to
the
be
band
in a
on.
new building though again this time around.
Oh yeah, they're switching halls again.
Yeah, for this
Okay.
expo coming.
Is it one of the ones they've used before?
Well, yeah, it's sort of behind the other one that we had. It's a much bigger, larger area. So,
well, that'd be good. We'll have to see how the floor plan looks, but I think they can justify a little more space now. I think it would be wise to have the additional space if you can swing it.
well, it's temporary move, but anyways, until that
I get
time,
it.
We'll see.
I get it.
I have
Makes
something.
sense.
I picked up a new price guide. This is from 1979.
Nice.
Very interesting. The hockey section is very limited, as you can very well see. But here we have the C55 and 56. So I will read out what it says. It says hockey players C55. C55 is the second year. And it says tobacco issue 1911. And then the C56, which is 1912. So that's the first year. C56, C55 is the second year. So they actually have the dates completely wrong. So we can go back in time, and this is 1979. It's pretty early. The volume 1, number 1. The one caveat they do have here is that, if you see anything wrong, special plea to friends of the hobby. We are sure you made many errors in this guide. We hope you will write us and tell us our mistakes in order that we can correct it for the next edition. So, yeah, I'm looking through this whole thing. It's just like, wow, it's like they didn't know much back then. Honestly, the dates, they can't even get the dates. They just call them V252 for the Canadian chewing gum. They don't even have the dates there. It says 1930s. So, we go back to the infancy. Like they have all the baseball and stuff like that and players and what have you. But most of it's baseball and the last little bit is hockey and football. But there's also non-sports in here too. And they even show you packs and everything. So
how much are the Pokemans?
They're right here. I checked page 91 or 92.
Yeah, I got that. I don't like you, Bobby.
I know.
You're mean.
Well, 92.
Okay, so I see. So by the way, to Bobby's
92.
point,
How apropos. Civil War news.
yeah, exactly. So I see on the expo website what you're talking about. It looks like it's halls 2, 3, and 4.
And 91 is G-Men and Heroes of the Law. Isn't that working out?
There you go.
Anyway, nice little guides. It's amazing how we can look back and see what happened progressively. And everybody had a little different piece of information. Some people had it right. Most people had it wrong. So it took my book to really bring it all together in 2006. I think that was probably one of the most crucial parts of the hobby. That was pulling the correct dates together. But it's still taking some companies 20-something years to figure out. I have a book out there in 2006.
Wow. Listen, the good news is at least we know that there's only like maybe 18 more years until Hockey Card Gong Show can figure out who you are. If they can ever find a way to contact, if they can figure out how to contact you with smoke signals or something, or a carrier pigeon, who knows? Who can say?
They've had 40 different people on. It's like they refer me in their blogs all the time. It's like almost every time they have one, it's like, oh yeah, we got to get him on. Yeah, using Bobby Burrell's book, he says this. Oh yeah, we got to get him on. Yeah, and then they get 14 other guests. Like honestly, I can see the repeat guests keep coming, and they'll still have to have me on.
I don't think you understand that we need to talk to Mitch Grobman about the cup, because you see, he is an expert on the cup because his dad was a dealer. Therefore, he's an expert. Even though there's people at Upper Deck who were there when this cup was designed who can speak. By the way, they're all still alive. Just so we're clear, they're all alive.
Oh yeah.
From Carvin on up. I think it's Carvin, Grant, and Billy. Those are the three who were involved in the cup in the various eras. They're all still alive, as far as I'm aware. They are.
Billy will be on 10 more times before I even get an email.
All I got, but the problem is, like, look, I won't speak for Billy, but I am confident that there are people at Upper Deck, some whose name may rhyme with Willie, who get annoyed when Mitch Grobman goes on there as the cup expert. When again, I just named off the three people that actually did the cup for Upper Deck.
Yes.
At the company.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Carvin will literally talk for days on this subject if you allow him to. And if you ask the questions, I guarantee he will. Grant, I'm not familiar with. I've never met him or talked to him. But Billy, obviously, I've talked with. So 2 out of the 3 people. Look, I could have a show on the cup and cover a lot of the history of it because I've talked to 2 out of the 3 people involved in it at length.
And you're going to have them on too.
I could let them speak for themselves and literally explain it from beginning to end. Yeah. And I've covered most of the history of the product.
Yep.
So anyway, and that's not to say I have an issue with Mitch Grobman, because I've been by the booth when he's actually been at the expo, sold some stuff. I bought cards from him. So I don't have an issue with the dude, but it's sitting there like, yes, he is very knowledgeable because he's very passionate about the product, and he does understand a lot of things to it because he obviously collects it. So he does understand it. A hobbyist who enjoys it and collects it will acquire a lot of information, but we literally have the primary source here. We have the primary source available. We can go straight to it if we wish.
That seems to make more sense.
I would rather go to the primary source. A very passionate enthusiast is still a step removed from the primary source. I learned that in history. Go to the primary source where it allows you to, and it's the direct link to the information. But to each their own. Stuke says VIP gets badges. I bought a general admission last year. Don't need no stinking badges.
Don't need no stinking badges.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine the Nationals like airports. Unless you're a pilot, it's a grind. There you go. Yeah. Come on, what is an expert? What is an influencer? All unanswerable questions. Facts.
Yes.
Robert says, I checked CGC. They also have C55 as 11-12. There you go. It's a copycat league.
Really?
Yep, 11-12 apparently. It's a copycat league.
It's only a year off, so it's not so bad, but it's still wrong.
So, quick aside, not related to what we're talking about. I will come back around, but I will quickly, for a moment, if I may, I want to quickly deviate for a thought here, because I noticed this. I saw a post about it, and now I had to confirm it. So apparently, the football team that I am part owner of, as you well know, the Green Bay Packers. I am. So the thing this offseason was trying to figure out when the Jordan Love extension was going to happen. And apparently this has occurred. The Jordan Love extension. Now the question was going to be how much? That was going to be the question, the inquiry. What is going to be?
$7.
Almost. So this is approaching like Eric like button money. We're talking some serious coin here. We're talking serious coin, boys.
$8?
Here's what I got. So per Ian Rappaport and Adam Scheffler and other people, the Packers have agreed with Jordan Love on a 4-year contract extension, a 4-year extension to his contract, worth $220 million, which makes him the highest paid QB in the NFL history, despite only starting 1 full season. And apparently he gets a record $75 million signing bonus plus $155 million in new full guarantees. That's like 75% of what Eric pays for like button. Dang. Woo.
That's just so ridiculous.
Speaking of which, the like button.
So
must pay.
When I hear these types of numbers for a salary capped league, all I know now is the Packers are never going to be any good because they can't afford to bring anybody else on the team.
Have you seen what the NFL salary cap is?
No.
So hold on here. I want to get this exact salary cap to 2024.
$6 billion.
The NFL salary cap is $255.4 million per team. It's increased $30 million since last season.
That's
Jordan Love is the highest paid quarterback in the league and barely puts a dent in it.
True.
Tua for the Miami Dolphins, who basically died. Like the
God.
meme is him in his hands, and he's like this because he had a concussion on the field.
He was.
They're paying him over $4 million per year. They gave him that extension this week.
Yeah, I mean,
he died.
He put totally Paul Correa right on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But he's 40 million a year plus. So if he's 40 million a year plus, Eric, I'm sorry. The Jordan Love is a bargain.
Mm-hmm.
Super bargain.
They're overpaid.
I would have taken anything under 240 million. Lapper, you got caviar taste, man. I get it. So what would Mahomes do? Well, Mahomes is signed to a super, super long-term deal. He signed what was the Mahomes contract? The Mahomes contract was like a 13-year contract. 10-year, $450 million extension.
Have we learned nothing from Bobby Bonilla Day, which was just July 1st again?
No.
You mean Bobby Bonilla?
That's what I said.
I think you added a couple more syllables. It's very limited-esque of you.
Okay.
Yeah. So Mahomes, I think so. Mahomes right now is set up for $445 million a year, and they just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So apparently you can under the right circumstances. Talk about right place, right time for love. Dude hasn't proven to be a franchise QB. Right now, he's proven to be. So you got to remember, you just said franchise QB. Yes, he has proven he's capable of being a franchise QB. There are a lot of quarterbacks that are very mediocre who will start this upcoming season.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things where he's shown more than enough capability where he is at the end of kind of his current rookie year contract run. So the alternative is to let him go into basically free agency last year, and then you will be paying more. This is actually less than what they're going to end up paying if they push it one more year. That salary cap in the NFL is only 3-ish the NHL. Yes, which is very generous for the NHL. But jargon bin, maybe. Hope Love can deliver again, concerned as the hole left by Aaron Jones' departure. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think that won't be too much of an issue. I like that some of the receivers are going to have more time to develop under it. We'll see. I'm cautiously optimistic with the Packers right now, as opposed to the Blue Jays, where I am cautiously not optimistic. Ryan Bonilla with vanilla. By Bonilla was a bargain compared to Chris Davis. True. Carlos, with all the injuries Atlanta has endured this season, we might pick up Bonilla from the Mets. Maybe he should give him an extension. I feel Bobby Bonilla should be paid by the MLB for the rest of his life. His great-grandchildren should be collecting Bobby Bonilla Day checks.
What else I heard is, on Bobby Bonilla Day, or whatever the hell is it, but what the hell is his name?
Bobby Bonilla.
That's what I said, right? Bonilla.
Yep.
Yeah. Right? Is that he has another deal just that he has with the Mets, just like he has that deal with another team too. And he's getting paid twice by two different teams on July 1st. I think it's the Orioles or something, maybe.
Yeah, I've got it here. So here. Bobby Bonilla deferred contract with the Mets and Orioles earn him $1.6 million annually. We should all enjoy something like a Bobby Bonilla Day, but we don't. Only one 61-year-old former ballplayer receives a payment of $1.1 million from the New York Mets every July 1st to 2035. So he's still on the hook for another 11 years. 11 more years of paychecks. Bobby Bonilla, that's why Bobby Bonilla is a GOAT. He is a GOAT.
From two teams. From two freaking teams he gets checks from.
AKA, he's a GOAT.
He's got to be. He's the greatest GOAT in salary history.
Here you go. Have you guys disclosed your salaries for doing the show with Eric? I do this pro bono. Mostly out of pity.
Basically, yeah.
They make me pay.
Oh, and you should. Frankly, for your association with us, frankly, we should be charging you 3 times as much as we are.
Stupid show.
So as Eric was saying, he is grateful for the opportunity to be associated with someone, as opposed to his previous associations like Big Hat.
Yeah, I don't want to be. Yeah, that was bad. You get judged by the company you keep, and I was keeping way too much company with him.
Big Hat. Packers over under in wins is 9.5 wins. I might put a little wager on the over. I like the chances, especially in a 17-win season. 10 doesn't feel like it's too crazy. Eric, do you believe in Joe Henry? Valid question.
I don't know who the hell that is.
The question wasn't who you know who it is. The question was, do you believe?
Sure, why not? Don't know
There
who
you
that
go.
is.
Sounds right. Otani's deal is Bonilla like. So that was the comparison. So the reason is the Otani deferred payments is what anytime any player gets deferred payments, Bobby Bonilla gets invoked. I think Bobby Bonilla should get a payment every time somebody invokes Bobby Bonilla in reference to a deferred payment.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think he should get a cut.
Yeah.
It's like Bobby Bonilla should be like, you ungrateful swine, you praise me. Every time one of you gets deferred money for the rest of your lives, it was me. It was me all along. I think it's that.
Well, I'm going to bow out, guys.
Sounds good. You've already defeated not one but two flies, so I feel like you've been very accomplished for the evening.
There's another one on this wall right up here, but he's staying away from me, so I'll be good.
Get a shotgun.
There you go.
Use a shotgun. You'll get them.
Okay. I'll find one somewhere.
That is a technique that you can try. Sounds good, Bobby. Have yourself a good evening.
Okay,
We'll
guys.
chat later.
Bye, Bobby.
Take it easy.
Ciao.
Take it easy. Thanks to Bobby for joining on location from the Garage of Knowledge. All right, Zach says a lot of guys do crazy deferments just to not to the extreme. Griffey at 54 just got his last payment from the Reds. Yes. I think George Brett had a long deal that paid him after he retires, one of the first of its kind. There have been a few, yeah, but Bobby Bonilla is obviously the famous one. We know that one.
And don't forget the goalie who was a bust for the Islanders who's still getting paid.
Rick DiPietro?
Yeah, he's the BU kid from BU. Yeah, he's still getting paid.
Yeah. Hey, listen, if you can get that deal, it's not a bad. The annuity thing is great like post job security. It's not a bad deal, honestly. Like, it's funny because obviously that's a unique type of job and a unique type of business. But I would think that if you, in my 20s, you would offer me a way to defer some of my salary in a way where I'm getting money later on directly from the company, I would have taken that deal because in my early 20s and whatever, I didn't need the money necessarily. If I defer a little bit, but then you allow me to have it on the back end later on when I might need it more, that's a good deal.
And I think we all know, just to kind of on a side note, why deferments might be a good idea is we know that athletes have a long history of spending all of their money and going broke. We had, I'm not going to name any names because I just don't think it would be kind of tasteless. We had a former Major League Baseball player come in today, played for the Atlanta Braves. He is down on his luck and is going to start bringing in anything he can gather from his playing days for money. This is somebody that not a huge star. You guys probably would not even recognize his name. Does have a couple of cards. Had team signed Atlanta Braves baseballs. Now think about 90s Braves with, Maddox and Glavine and Cox as the manager and all those guys, right? I mean, it was just the teams are stacked, and these baseballs got everybody's autos on them. Now he's looking to give, to give up his jersey and a few other things. My point being is that this isn't the first time that I've seen this at work, where former athletes, some that you would never have heard of and some that you would have heard of, they have nothing else. How do you think Super Bowl rings and World Series rings and NBA championship rings, Stanley Cup rings end up in people's private collections? It's because these guys went through all their money and this is all they have left. And whether they just spent it bad, invested it bad, drugs, alcohol, 9 divorces, whatever, 1,000 kids, whatever it is. We've
They
seen
really
it all.
thought Beanie Babies was going to be a big thing, and they were wrong.
They put all the money in Beanie Baby stock. It
Would've
just
been unfortunate.
didn't work out. You Sean Kemp, you got 17,000 children. So if you defer your payments, it's much more difficult to piss through all your money by the time you're 25.
You're basically, but what I'm saying, but that was my point. I'm saying you're basically protecting yourself from
Yeah.
yourself and giving you some options down. Look, Bobby Bonilla, it's not like 1.6 million is what these athletes are getting today, but 1.6 million is great money for anybody every year. He knows that money's coming in on a consistent basis. And as far as I'm aware, Bobby Bonilla isn't out there lavishly spending. So he's consistently collecting this money year after year. It's a good deal. It's a pretty good deal. So I'll touch on a couple of comments here. All these guys should be asking for deferred money and get into their 40s and 50s. Besides going broke, it should be advantageous for the tax burden. You can adjust the taxes, which is true. Now, Will's making the counterpoint here, and I'll touch on this. If you have a brain and know how to invest, most of these guys don't know how to invest. So that kind of I understand the comment, but it disqualifies that part of this conversation because a lot of them have no idea how to invest. You always take the money up front in a lump sum form. If you know how to invest, yes. If you know how to use the money and push it into the right place, you have a good accountant who can help put the money in the correct places to help you with the taxes, make sure you maximize, then totally. If you got a good team around you that can make things happen for you the right way, yes. If you're in your 20s and you don't have a damn clue and your first thought is to spend the money on something crazy, you're better off deferring. And it actually, by the time you get it, it's like, actually, I could use this money. Okay. Career's over. A lot of the craziness is out of my life and this money's still coming in. Great.
Just listen. Many athletes, were given a free pass on their education because their future was athletics. They were bringing money into their colleges for 1 or 2 years or whatever, or they never even went to college. When these, very rarely do you have someone from Harvard or Yale making it into the pros, who have doctorates in economics. These are young kids with very little education that just get signed $75 million. And what do? They buy 5 houses, they buy 10 cars, they buy the jewelry, they buy, they give money and gifts to their friends that they grew up with, family, and the 75 million is gone. So keeping money from them in deferred payments would actually be better for these young kids.
Yeah. Well, the point, that's the point though. It literally forces them to not be able to touch it until later on. And then maybe by that point, maybe they've gathered some of that savvy. They've experienced blowing through some of that money early, but not all of it.
Right.
And then it's still there later. And you go, okay, I made a mistake. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. So you learned your lesson. And the good news is there's still money coming later. Now you have the opportunity to apply the lesson. You can be like, okay, I learned my lesson. It's okay. Now I will do better with what's coming forward. So kind of Lap was saying, how well do these people invest in 20? A lot of them are terrible.
Yeah, they have no idea what investing is. I mean, a lot, some, not all, some are truly street kids. These kids have lived in really tough places and had really tough lives, and their athleticism has opened up a door to make them millions. Some of these athletes do not know what the word invest means, or stock markets, or they have no idea. Then you get some crooked agent or some uncle of a friend who is going to tell them, we're going to put it all into condos and you're going to make even more money. And they go, all right, man, sounds good. It writes them a check, and then they lose everything. How many times have you seen these athletes at the end of their career suing somebody that managed their money as a not so swell fella, and
Shocking about the not so fellas.
either stole it all or lost it all in poor investments.
Yep. So let me read a couple here of this one. So, Robert was talking about the hangers on and that. But the thing is with a lot of these young guys, they're not emotionally mature enough to handle the money. And the thing it's funny because I understand Will's point, but it's easy to be Monday morning quarterback on this. But the thing is, even if you know how to spend the money, it depends on what your priorities are. I actually knew how to invest money pretty early on, but I also just enjoyed living with the money a little bit for a while. I didn't really feel a sense of urgency or thing. It would have actually been very wise for me to use some of that money invested earlier, just to get the additional compounding. So if it's about using your money optimally, the most optimal use, instead of buying some things that I bought because I enjoyed it, you use the money and put it aside. What does that get you? Well, by this point, I'm talking about almost 20 years of compounding, which would be tremendous if you really think about it. Like even a couple of grand 20 years ago, compound, like, that gets to be a lot of money after a while. And you sit there and go like, hey, that's pretty good. And then you add in a little more over time. And, before you know it, you're sitting there on a nice little nest egg, 6 figures. And from there, it grows. Like it gets exponential as you keep going and going and going. And you wake up one day and it's like, well, all right, you're already pretty secured. You're ready to go. Hey, pay off the house. Okay, well, now you're even better. Now you can basically just dump all your money into whatever you want, and your investments are taking care of everything else for you going forward. You got your own annuity. You don't need the Bobby Bonilla deal. You've created your own. So, yes, if we're all doing it optimally, absolutely. A lot of us at 20 want to live our lives a little bit. Even if you know the technical aspects of how to do it, you might still want to live a little. And these guys, some of them, do not know the basics of how to set that up ahead of time. And I wouldn't expect them to, because then who's advising them? Who's going to tell them how to do it?
Well, the players associations now are doing a much better job in trying to get to these rookies. They come in for rookie camp and things like that. And the players associations for these sports specifically try to sit with them and discuss the financials and warn them of the traps. They have former players come in that have had issues and say, hey, man, you can't buy your mom 5 houses. You can't give your bro that you grew up with down the street, 5 Ferraris. You can't do this. You got to be careful with your money. You could get hurt tomorrow. They tell these kids this now. And
they will still do it. A chunk of them will still do it even after the warning, even after the statements.
Remember, they're kids, right? Remember when we were kids. Remember, for those of us who have kids, you could tell them 1,000 times, and the kids are going, "You're stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. That's you. I'm me. I'm smarter, cooler, and I'm going to be a superstar." And their heads are up their ass.
Well, Eric, we've seen this already on this very show. Right? Zach's making the point right here. You're the biggest advocate for steroid free, and here you are doing steroids.
I am. Oh, look at that. Yeah, well, that's
you hypocrite bastard. No wonder you like cycling so damn much. I see what's going on.
Yep.
I see what's happening. I get it.
Thank you for the compliment, but I will never give up my steroids.
Mm-hmm. Dave says, how many guys end up with financial advisory agencies? So that's also the other point that you were making. Some of them are trying to, they may not understand how, but they're saying, okay, so I will hire someone whose job it is to assist me in making these sound financial decisions. And it turns out they are crooked and are actually stealing my money. So I thought I was hiring someone to help me so that this would not be a problem. And they have betrayed me.
Like I said, it's like your buddy's uncle, who, is a tax attorney or something, I don't know, something stupid that they have no business touching your money. But you're like, all right, well, if my buddy says his uncle knows how to do this and he's going to hook me up, and great. It's sad what these kids, they do get taken advantage of, and they are stupid. They're kids. if you're signing a contract at 19, 18, 19 in the NHL, for example, you're a child. You are a teenager. You're not even an adult yet. And don't give me this 18's illegal adult crap. The human brain doesn't fully develop until the age of 25.
And for some people, until the age of at least 55.
Shut up. So there's a good chance that before your brain fully even finishes developing at 25, you might be out of your sport due to injury or decrease in talent, and someone comes in and replaces you. And by the time your brain fully develops, someone's already stole your money. It's tough, but like I said, the players associations
Facts.
are trying to do better.
Facts.
I heard if you hit your head that yeah. I've hit my head a couple of times.
It adds 7 years every single time.
That might be true.
The math checks out. I'm just saying. You have to take my word for it because I am a proponent of the maths.
Yeah, well, you're much more of a proponent of the maths than I. That's true.
These are facts.
After my first concussion in high school, where I told the doctor,
birth.
We'd have to ask mom about that, but where I told the doctor I had a 21-year-old sister in the 3rd grade and George Washington was president, the maths got a little more difficult after that.
In fairness, I think that might be wishful thinking on your part. George Washington being president might not be such a bad deal at this point.
Oh, God, I'd take him over what choices we have.
Yeah, so it could be worse. It's like, but George Washington's dead. Still might be worse. We could get past this. Yeah. I think as a people, we can get past this. This might still work for us.
I think we should. That's my write-in vote this time around. George Washington. He has experience.
Tons of experience. Yes, no doubt. So your experience will be fully mature at age 143 on a conservative side. We might need to round up a little bit, but it's a start.
Listen, I don't want to even. I don't want to live till 80. I want to die at 79. So 143. Oh God, no.
It's fair. I am curious. Kind of a quick side note. By the way, Justin's been like your proponent, all that. Like Justin, I think is trying to hone in on.
I have to pay him. I get so much negativity on this stupid ass show that I had to come up.
But this is Eric. This is a bit strong. Like, are you paying him like extra for this? This is a lot.
Yes. Okay. It's costed me a shitload.
All right, just saying. I said some of the more financial savvy ex-athletes should start a financial advising company dedicated to pro athletes. Now that's a solid idea. That's not bad.
And let me tell you who's done something like that. I can think of two Bruins that you can look at my screen name and see is that Derek Sanderson and Bobby Orr both got into financial planning and being player agents because both of them had issues with their money. 2 different stories. Sanderson through addiction blew it all. He was the highest paid athlete on the planet Earth for a moment and pissed it all away. Woke up one day in Central Park on a park bench, had nowhere to go. Bobby Orr trusted Alan Eagleson, who screwed him over and stole all his money. So 2 different stories, but the same result. So both of them had to rebuild their lives. And in doing so, ended up working as player agents and financial agents for players. And helped a lot of young kids coming up with their money and with Derek, of course, the dangers of addiction and the party lifestyle of professional athletes.
Len Elmore did. He became an agent. There you go. So what I was going to say was kind of separate from that topic. One thing that was kind of surprising me, I was a little disappointed. In the end, obviously, we saw the vlog with the YouTube get-together. But I was surprised no one went live from the YouTube get together. And I'm thinking the same thing tonight, because I think tonight you've got the Filmington thing happening at one of the rooftops with Michael and the rest of them. I'm sitting there like, I'm surprised no one decided, because I've been scanning YouTube obviously throughout the night because I'm just curious. I'm surprised no one went live. No one even gave it a shot going live. I would have thought that would have been a thing that they would have thrown it in there. So it's like, interesting. Okay. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe the signal isn't available, whatever. No one's really thinking to that, but I would have thought that somebody would at least taken a go to go live for a little bit. CC says, speaking of Boobior, any news on Orr moving to Upper Deck away from his family signing agency? Moving to Upper Deck away from his family signing agency. All I heard is that basically what happened was lots of money.
Yeah.
Because, as it is, he was making money doing his own thing. But if he's moving away from that to Upper Deck, then probably they said, hey, big old check and you don't have to do a lot of extra work. Cool. Sounds good.
Yeah, all I know is that a couple of signings he was supposed to do have been canceled. I hear that they're trying to move a lot of the items that were up at Great North Road. I hear a lot of people are not happy about it, but I'd like to talk to Billy about it and see if he has any information on it, but I haven't had a chance to talk to him.
I think at this point, Billy right now fully preoccupied in the San Diego Comic-Con.
Oh, God.
That was funny is that I know is obviously, Amanda's at San Diego Comic-Con, Billy's at San Diego Comic-Con. By the way, my favorite thing, Billy took a picture, and one of the pictures he took was with Tony Khan of AEW. And I saw it, and they were promoting the Britt Baker, since I showed the Britt Baker card, they were promoting the Britt Baker and Mercedes Moné match that's going to be coming up at the big show in London. And they had been playing around with the whole storyline is that Mercedes Moné didn't want to do the match, but they've been taunting each other for weeks. And they did the thing where they're doing a panel at Comic-Con. So they had an AEW wrestling panel at Comic-Con, which of course they've done stuff like that before. That's not unusual. So they decided to make that a thing where they were like, finally, it was another war of words between the two of them. And then Tony Khan is in the middle of it. The worst actor on the face of this planet. The guy would get cut from a high school drama class. And he's like, I'm sick of this. You've been, doing this back and forth this whole time. He goes, and all in London. And he's literally just promoting this, the event and the TV show the whole time. I'm saying, like, could you make it look any more? Why don't you just read off a teleprompter to make it look more? I understand what you're doing. I don't have a problem with what you're doing because that's as good a way as any to promote the show and to get to where you want to get to. But he's doing this thing where he's acting indignant and enraged, and he goes at the show you're going to have this match for the TBS Championship, which everybody knew is where you were going to go with it. And I'm okay with them doing it at Comic-Con, by the way. That part I'm okay with. But I'm sitting there like, get anybody else to be the one to announce the match. You are literally the worst at this. The other two are doing a good job. They're doing a good job doing what they're supposed to be doing, and because obviously they're trying to fight each other. That's the whole point. Is they're trying to fight each other and disrupting your panel. And then you are the frustrated owner who says, finally, like, we're doing the damn match. You're going to All In and you're going to have the match. And then we spend the next couple of weeks with them sparring. You're going to have a signing, a contract signing, which of course will go wrong. And we know what the steps are to get from point A to point B.
You know how it works.
Yeah. But it's okay. I just wish Tony Khan wasn't just a terrible actor. The other two are doing a great job doing their parts. And then we got this guy, like, you stick it like a sore thumb. You really suck at this. You're terrible.
I saw Billy's post with all the pictures.
Yeah.
I did not recognize one person in it, and he didn't tag anything or write anything in his post saying who these people are. I have no idea who they are.
Wow, Billy, usually he doesn't do a particularly good job of labeling.
But he seems very happy, which is wonderful. But I don't know who any of these people are that he met at the comic.
I can't help you with several of them. With several of them, I can't do anything for you. However, I can help you a little bit with one. So here, this is Billy Cillian and Tony Khan. And Tony Khan also needs a haircut. So in addition to being a terrible actor, he also needs a haircut.
No, I don't know Tony Khan from a hole in the wall. And this is the first time I think I laid eyes on him. So
the important thing The important thing is that they're getting the correct result. They're going where they're supposed to be going. I'm okay with it. And obviously it involves my girl Brett. So we're good.
Yeah.
Good so far.
There you go.
But please, for the love of all that is holy, henceforth, someone else announce these things. You are the worst. Anyone else, just get somebody else. Please. Please, for the sake of me and everyone else. All right, so real quick here. We covered that. Justin, so sucking up to you. So he's part of your fan club. So we're good to go. Eric, any good shop stories from this week? Let's come back to that in just 1 second. Hang on, Bob.
All I'd say is at the beginning of this last piece that we talked about players and losing money and all that, I did tell a shop story from today that you may find interesting.
Perfect. And we'll come back if there's anything else, but I do want to share a couple of things. We can do that as well. So Sadler Fan 21 says, unlike Eric, no one else wants to self-incriminate. This is fair. Hence for no lives. Maybe no national lives because they don't want to keep it with the show. Understandable. We are a ratings juggernaut. Michael Ham briefly was live. Okay. Sounds good. But it was nowhere to be found.
It didn't work. It was like 3 seconds and it just kept repeating and it was really bad.
Look, I understand if your internet's no good, but I'm talking about like filming this rooftop thing. I'm sure you could go live there and it should probably be okay. I think. I don't know. I have no idea. Zach says, Dustin seems unhappy with their Airbnb. They stressed about booking for months and end up hating it. A lot of people have not been liking their Cleveland accommodations. Like there's one hotel, the name escapes me, but there's one hotel that's been getting a lot of complaints in vlogs. So people have gone out of their way to complain about the hotel, which if it's in a vlog, think about that. People are curating their experience to showcase whatever they want to show. You can talk about anything you want to talk about, and you're taking time in the vlog to complain about the hotel. That cannot speak well. And multiple people have done it. And it's been the same hotel. So apparently some people have been having some issues with one of these hotels in Cleveland. Dave says, I spoke with a friend last night, says he's having a great show. Good to hear. He feels the atmosphere is much better than last year, open and bright with more pleasant buying atmosphere, especially for the more casual attendee. Well, from what I saw, it's well lit. Like the environment, like it's full. Obviously people are packed, but the convention center itself is a rectangle, which means getting from point A to point, if you can get from point A to point B, but you know how to get there. You want to find a booth, it's possible in a grid formation to figure out you get down the correct aisle, you can find what you're looking for. So that's good. You want to locate somebody and you know where the booth is, you've got the numbers, you can figure out where you need to be. Good. You've got some vantage points you can hit. Good. And apparently it's well lit from everything I've seen in the vlogs. That's good. So these are all good things. But yeah, there are obviously still some challenges with a lot of people. Just normal thing. We got a lot of people. Rock Latex says cons look like Rick Moranis. Valid comp. Valid comp. Yeah. Tony Khan is one of those people. Like I stopped on my wrestling channel. I did do, and I think I talked this out with you on a live a while back. I had one post that went viral when I commented on some of the AEW stuff that's going on. But the folks are so tribal and so toxic. You want to talk about like, it's the same as when you talk about like grading in this hobby. People get so up in their feelings about everything. They got to complain about it, argue about everything. If you want to get into it, you can build a YouTube channel on that and develop a good following, but you are going to have to deal with a lot of bullshit. And I wasn't interested in doing that. After WrestleMania and everything, I commented on a couple of those shows, gave my commentary on it. Obviously, some people liked it. Some people did not like it.
I remember that. I remember discussing it with you.
But I will say that it was a lot of fun to do it, but it's not something that I want to do all the time. And so for me, I haven't bothered to comment on a lot of it because there's a lot of it going on there. Bobbichin says, AEW fanboys are super tribal, super delusional. I would say wrestling fanboys are super tribal, super delusional. Don't worry. I can find you plenty of WWE fans who are super delusional. It goes both ways. It just depends on what you're looking for. Zach says, Wednesday, the atmosphere looked awesome. Today, just looked too crowded. Pass. That's fair. And part of the reason I say that, Bob, is that when I did those videos, when I was commenting, there were some WWE fans who were literally looking for any excuse to talk about anything but the subject at hand just to complain about it. And they were going out of the way. Like it wasn't even talking about. They would bring up AEW and stuff that had nothing to do with AEW. And vice versa. So that's why I say the tribal and super delusional, that is an across the board. People just want to find places to argue. That is a thing.
That's the internet.
Yep. Wednesday, let's see. Wednesday, the atmosphere looked awesome. Today was too crowded. Pass. Yes, we read that one. Safe and clean beds, all I care about. Yes. Haven't gotten death threats from talking about WWE people online. I have. You got to try harder. I have. Doesn't take much. Trust me.
That was just for me. That didn't count.
Yeah, no, but no, you're blocked. I don't even see your stuff. Billy's getting off the hook. Yes. I stayed in a bad hotel in Dallas Card Show once. It was the whole weekend. Yeah. Well, look, but that goes back to what I was talking about earlier. It's a vacation. If the hotel's shitty, that affects my vacation. Oh, but Carlos, you're at the card show. Well, based on what we talked about, you don't want to be at the card show the whole time. So maybe sometimes I do want to be in the hotel or the Airbnb or whatever. So it better be at least decent. I don't want to have a bad I got to go sleep there sometime.
Do you remember a year or two ago? Time flies, right? A year or so ago, I did the show from a hotel, and I was saying this is the dirtiest, filthiest, disgusting hotel I've ever been in. It wasn't a hotel; it was like a motel. Inn. I don't know what the hell it was, but we had to go buy our own linen because we weren't going to lay on the. So my wife and I ran to like Target or something, spent all this money so we could lay new linen and comforters and everything on top of the bed because we didn't want to touch the bed. And then of course, after we stayed the night or whatever, and then threw all that new stuff away because we weren't going to bring it home. The place was disgusting. And I know that I'm bougie and all that, and I expect penthouse at the Hilton, but no, this was utterly grotesque.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been in bad hotels or inns or motels, whatever the hell, and it ruins the event.
All I gotta say is we gotta send you over to the Econo Lodge in sunny scenic Tonawanda, and it'll develop a new appreciation you didn't even know you had. In beautiful, sunny, and scenic Tonawanda. Let me tell you, Eric, you have not lived until you've stayed in an Econo Lodge, the highest tier of motel in sunny, scenic Tonawanda. We thought we were gonna die. Still funny. Dave says, Zach, I stayed at a Red Roof Inn while attending shows. Perhaps it's just having low expectations while using hotel for sleep. There are some legitimately bad hotels, though. Like, there really are. There's some bad ones where it's like, no, it's a bad part of town. Not where you want to be hanging out.
But Dave, I said the same thing earlier. It's like, if I go on, when I go to the expo, I just need someplace clean, like that I can lay my head down at night and get up the next morning early and get back to the show. It's show all day, going out with people at night, getting back to the hotel, sleeping, getting up early, doing it again. I don't need something special. I don't need a spa. I don't need hot tubs and pools and tennis courts. I just need a clean bed and a shower. That's all I need. I don't want to spend time there.
I like spending a lot of time at a hotel. It's fun. Robert says, every lead story in Buffalo TV News, fire in Tonawanda. Facts. Fired what? Yes. Everything. Buildings on fire. Cars on fire. Your dog's on fire. Fire in Tonawanda. Fire. Oh, it's too good. I complained about not having hair in a motel in Dallas. They said they were coming to look at it. It was midnight and I walked out, and the guy looked at me, locked me out of the front office. Nice. Dave says, and when I was young, stayed once in something like a George Washington Motor Inn. Checked in and went to the room and went back to the front desk and dropped off the key. Found a residential street and slept in the car. Seems legit.
Sometimes it's better to do that.
There's some interesting places. Just saying. Some interesting places.
Oh, yeah.
So let me pose a question, and I will share a card, but I want to pose a question to those of you who are still here with us on our not national coverage and annual tradition unlike any other.
Yes.
Let me pose the question. So obviously the majority of folks who are here, you know, we don't see some of the we see the regulars, but we also don't see some of the other folks who occasionally pop in because some of them that I know for a fact are at the National. So they are at the National and not indulging in our non-national coverage, even though they should be.
Yeah.
Worthless pieces of trash. I don't
agree.
care if you're at the Filmington get together. You grab your fucking phone, you turn on the live.
I don't see the problem. I'm disgusted.
And if you have not done it, then I'm telling you right now, your penance is you will watch this live 5 times at 3/4 speed. Not even regular speed, 3/4 speed.
That'll make your eyes bleed.
That is your punishment. You earn this. I don't care. You should have turned on your phone, fucking plugged it in, do your Filmington thing. You turn on your fucking phone, you hit go on live, you hit the like button, and you move on. You can drink your light beer, even though I don't agree with it. I don't agree with your life choices. I do not agree with your life choices if you're drinking light beer. However, you can have your fucking light beer if you had just turned on the live, as God intended.
Well, Filmington only lives like 30 minutes from me, so
And he's committing. He better be hitting the like button somewhere. Wherever he is, I don't care. Hit the like button.
When he gets home, I'll meet him on his front porch.
Should.
And just say, we are disgusted.
It's absolutely it's unconscionable. It's disgusting.
You know what I'll say? You know what? I'll say something even worse. The worst thing you can say to somebody. It's not that I'm mad. I'm disappointed.
Truth. Eric, how is the Vinnie Vincent collection going?
about as good as it was before. 0.
It was definitely interesting in a drug-infested way. Fair. So here's my question. Question that I'm asking. So folks that are here chatting in, obviously National going on, some dealers are out there and everything. But the question earlier tonight was, did you get any deals or any bargains or anything related to auctions or whatever? Obviously with National Week going on. I mentioned that I made an offer on a card and it was accepted and I was able to purchase a card. So I'm actually going to share the card now. But my question to you is, have any of you purchased anything this week at eBay or, you know, or Fanatics Live, the new thing, whatever they call it, or whatever? Yeah. Have you been able to find anything this week that you've come across and been able to make a purchase on? So just kind of curious. I'm open-ended to anybody. I've had some, obviously I had my ComC stuff come in, but I purchased that earlier, so I'm not counting that. This one though was purchased earlier today. I made an offer and they agreed to it and I was able to pick it up. So it should be on the way shortly, but here it is. So this one is 2009-10. So this is the Jamie Benn rookie year. So I've got a bunch of different cards for it. This is the Cup Foundations Medano. It's out of 10. Now, the problem is it's hard to see, and this is something I didn't like about this design in this year. This is actually the autograph version. The reason it's the out of 10 is it's the autograph. You can't tell because it's right over the black jersey, and you can barely see it.
That sucks.
Now, you can tell. Now, 2 things. Number 1, it's out of 10. That's how you know it's the jersey or the autograph version. Number 2, it says flat out right here. Autograph of Mike Medano. It's right there.
Yeah.
So, and you can tell, like, again, this one has a little bit of an angle on it. You can't, it's not the greatest autograph.
No, that's trash.
Yeah. But I was able to knock it down price-wise, so I'm fine with it.
And they have him in the Red Wings. The Red Wings jerseys are in there, and he's wearing, you know, the Dallas jersey on the card, and I hate that crap.
Yeah. I think, though, that particular year, 9-10, for whatever reason, was a bad design choice. Because if you look at it, if you're wearing a white jersey, you might be able to get away with this a little bit.
Yeah,
but
sure.
The problem is the spacing is bad. There are a couple of years where the design is better served for this type of whatever you're, because you need a section for these quad windows for your memorabilia. But then where is the autograph supposed to go? You need to give it a space for the. Medano's pretty good at signing in a lot of different spaces, but you have to give him a space to put it in because, like, if you look, that bottom section said like quad jersey, whatever. It's all text, so you're not going to write over that, right? So you're sitting there like, well, where else do you want the guy to sign? You're not giving him much choice.
Silver paint pen, baby, works on everything. It's awesome.
Yeah, but I'm saying like that design choice was a mistake. That one actually hurt the design. It hurt the design big time.
And again,
So,
I don't understand why if you know what material you have, you say, okay, what do we have in stock for a Madonna memorabilia? Oh, we got a Detroit Red Wings jersey. Okay, let's get a picture of him in a Detroit Red Wings jersey then on the card.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand it when they do other things.
Yeah. But here's what I can tell you, Eric, and this is just the truth based on this. I saw the card. I knew for my collection, I would like the card. I love getting cup cards of Modano because to me, like, you know, obviously for hockey, the cup is like the top end, right?
Yeah.
And Modano is not like a low end player per se. Like there's a hierarchy and he's not at the top end, but he's, you know, in a solid second tier because he still sells very well, especially for certain cards.
Sure.
So the fact that I've been able to build the collection that I have, I'm very proud of it. And I'm happy to add pieces like that when I can. I was able to knock nearly $100 off of it, and the guy didn't even counter me because he knew. Aesthetically, that design hurt that card. If that card had been better designed, that card would have easily gone for his buy it now price without a question. As it was, I was able to negotiate it on down, and they still accepted it because they knew that I was making a fair offer. I wanted data for my collection. I will take it, and that's fine.
Was it sitting on eBay for a long time?
It's been sitting for a bit, yeah. So it was that I had been sitting patiently waiting on a couple of things. I was waiting to see if a couple of things would come up for auction that I was hoping for. I didn't see it. I'd actually been very patient. I've actually been sitting back for a while. So it's been good. So I was in a situation where I was kind of looking at it. I kind of looked at it earlier today. I looked at it a little sideways. I go, you know what? I'm going to make an offer today. I didn't need to, but I just said, you know what? Today I'm going to make an offer. And I made an offer where I said, let's see if I can get a bite. Or if I get a counter, let's see where this person's at. They accepted my price. So I paid a decent price. Like but I can guarantee you, if that autograph had been in a better place or a better designed card, it would have gone for comfortably more than what I paid for it. Comfortably, easily, because it's a nice enough card otherwise, and it's a good year, and like the design's good, except for the autograph part because it doesn't work for the autograph. For a patch, it's fine. For just the jersey version, it's fine. For the autograph, nope. Because you don't have a spot for the autograph. Zach says, bought a couple of Musial jersey cards. Love Hall of Fame relics and some early 2000 stuff you don't see every day, but still cheap. Like that. This one is not a Red Wings jersey. It's a Dallas jersey. Now, there are a couple like orange pieces on there, so I'm not sure where those came from. I could theorize. They look more orange than red, but when I get it in hand, I'll confirm. I'll find out. Overall, nice card, but dark ink of Dodge jersey is horrible. Yeah, I think that hurt. That honestly hurt the price. Otherwise, it would have 100% gone for more. I can pretty much guarantee you that card would have sold for more if the design had been better set up for that autograph. I can almost promise you. For me, it's another piece for the collection. I'm just adding it in, so I'm fine with it. Whatever. All autos should be silver or gold pen. There are cards that are better for it. I like it on dark cards. In this case, obviously, dark jersey, whatever. UD Black is good with the paint pen. UD Black, the design and the aesthetic with the paint pen, fantastic. There are some cards where the silver or gold pen would not work, but with this one, obviously, in this situation, yeah, you probably would have been better served to go with one of those.
I would say, yeah, I agree with you, but maybe I'd be a little bit more on Lapper's side, and I would be I think most things probably look good with silver or gold paint pens. You know, I think they pop. They go. You know, you can see them clearly on things, but there are a few things like they don't look great on white cards. I like with something like this. Again, I bring this out all the time because it's my favorite, but that wouldn't look good in gold or silver. The thin blue goes perfect with the white background, and I don't think that would look good, but I think mostly anything else, that's the way to go.
Yeah, the thing is you can do it, but look, with the white you got to be careful. You can do it. So like here, showing this one. So you can do it.
Yeah.
But with the white background, you got to be careful. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. The cup, generally speaking, will give you a white space to put for the Sharpie. That's why I say this particular year, for whatever reason, it was an egregious error. I don't know why they didn't think that one through, because they knew they were going to have an autograph version that was going to be more limited. You got to think ahead a little bit and be like, guys, where's the autograph going to go? That was a design error. Like, it was just a design misstep completely.
Yeah.
For patches and just the jersey version is fine. Who cares? But like, you sit there and go like, so where do you want the guy to sign? Look at the card. There's no obvious place to sign. You ran out of room and you didn't give him anywhere to put it. So it's like you screwed it up. So CC says, Carlos, would you consider having Medano re-sign that card in person? Nah, not my deal.
Well,
in this case,
you have to get up out of bed early to see him to do it. So,
oh, that's nonsense. Yeah, not happening. No way. The biggest problem I'd have with it is like, even if I wanted to do that, and I don't, I have a lot of Medano autographs. Even like, so here, let me show you. So this one came in the ComC. I've got so many Medano autographs, and I've got ones that are designed for autographs. So here's a good example. That is designed for the autograph. It's a UD canvas style, but you can also see they lightened up the little space there,
right,
with the white, so that you can do your Sharpie, and guess what? It looks good.
Yep.
It's perfect. And nice, clean auto, great design, no complaint. Like, there's nothing to complain about there. That's designed for that. This one was also in that package, Sign of the Times. Here you go. Perfectly fine. You got a nice, clean spot. The design has a spot for it right there. It's very clear where it's supposed to go. So it's designed to house the autograph. And there you go. You can use a blue pen, a black pen, whatever. You're fine. The cup, generally, we hold to a higher standard. And it's a shame that they didn't think of that, because all you got to do is look at it and go like, okay, you're going to have an autograph version of this? Where? And Medano's not the only one who has this problem. There's some other players who also have dark jerseys. And it's like, guys, you're really torpedoing yourself when it comes down the road. Somebody's going to get this and go, oh, okay, sure, I guess so. Yeah. So that was my piece that I was able to pick up during the National Week, the week of the National, the not now. We did it. Lapper says, could you imagine being the guy to hand him the black marker to sign those? Yeah. He just looks at you like, whatever, dude. If that's
yeah,
what you guys
whatever.
want.
As long as the check cashes, I'll do whatever you want.
Yeah. I will admit as well, I collect the cup color-coded cards, and the colored markers definitely work. Yes. Just use your brain, I suppose, is what it boils down to. Yes. So there's a time and a place. There's different things that work. Have you ever gone to Medano Impersonato? Yeah. He did one of the Expo signings. I want to say, yeah, it was an Expo signing. I did one years ago where I got him to sign one of the jerseys. It wasn't that big a deal. I enjoyed it for what it was, but it's one of those things where, like, after that, I had my fill. That's why the irony, the running joke was that I wouldn't get up early to go do a thing. And the sad thing is that Brad had actually set up a thing where I could have like hung out there and like chatted for a minute. But I'm not like Eric's like, what do you want to talk about? The weather? Like, I don't know. I don't have any questions. He was my favorite hockey player, but like, what do you want to chat about? Tell me stories. Okay. I don't need stories. I'm good, man. It's your fandom can be different. For me, I just appreciated the player and I appreciated the team and I enjoyed that, but I don't find Medano to be a particularly interesting dude. So for me, it's like, tell me a story about Brett Hall, I guess. I don't know. Something. I don't know. And while you're doing that, I'm going to go do something else because I'm bored already. And you haven't even started talking. I don't care. I don't. I'm just here for the collectibles, man. That's all I'm here to do. Like, it's fine.
I enjoy, being around these guys and listen to their stories. But I've said before, the best stories that they tell come, after they get comfortable with you, when you don't act weird. And they go, all right, this guy's cool. And then the conversations just come naturally. And next thing you know, they're telling you stuff that are not in any books, aren't on a YouTube interview. I mean, it's freaking crazy, some of the stuff these guys have told me. And I have said this before. If you want an athlete to tell you stories, shut up. Just shut up and act cool. Which, when I say cool, of course, I mean don't be a fanboy. And the stories will flow, and they're freaking amazing. They're absolutely, it's frigging amazing, the stuff that they'll tell you. So yeah, I don't getting something set up where you're supposed to go and spend time like that. Yeah, I mean, again, I'd be like, hey, yeah, it was nice. Appreciate your time. Thanks for meeting with me. Really enjoyed your career. Thanks for memories. But what else are you supposed to say after that? Because in the situations that I'm in, I'm usually working with them. So as long as I don't act like a fanboy and we're working together, we're kind it may sound stupid, but for that moment, we're teammates, we're doing something together, right? So as long as you don't act like an idiot, all of a sudden, man, the stuff just comes out naturally.
Amazing. Yeah, I could just imagine it. It's like, Eric, and that is where I buried the body. And they never caught me all those years. And then one of these times, Eric's going to be in sports world. He's finally going to get a chance to work with Booby Orr. And, they'll develop a rapport. And Eric will find out that, his hero, Booby Orr, turned out he was a serial killer who's killed hundreds of people.
I wouldn't rat him out.
Yeah. And a bunch of small animals that he slowly choked to death. Just to feel the life leave their little bodies. Turned out he's a sick man, that Booby Orr. Turns out, weird dude. Who knows? Like, quite the quirky guy, that guy. I don't know. Robert's saying, question Banana. Among your teammates, who's the biggest asshole? That's fair. Eric, you're right. Spin Check does a really good job of getting those guys to forget the cameras there. That's why they're popular. That is true. Yeah. And I agree. I think the best interviews are where you kind of get the more candid thing of it. And what Eric's saying is not untrue. Part of the reason I have fun with it is that I guess, and this is kind of a theme of the channel as well. Again, I only speak for myself when I see these things. I always have to give the caveat. I am only speaking for myself. That is it. A lot of this stuff is very de-romanticized for me. Again, I can appreciate that. That was why I said, like, the thing with the Medano thing. I have no interest in having a conversation with Medano. I don't want to be friends. I don't need a piggyback ride. I'm good, bro. Like, my appreciation of what he did was as a player, and that's it. If I want to get an autograph signed item, then great, that's fine. But like, it's a transactional thing. It's a transaction. It's actually a transaction for me too. Like, I just want the thing signed. Like, I really don't care what you think about anything. I don't have a question for you. I don't care about your stories. I honestly don't give a shit about you as a person. No disrespect. I don't. So that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, there's a saying, never meet your heroes, because you'll probably be disappointed. But I got to be honest, with all the different people I've met and from all different sports, there's only been a couple where I'm like, yeah, that guy's a jerk. Most of them are really nice guys, funny as all hell, and will tell you tons and tons of stories. I've gone out to dinner with them. I've worked with them, all sorts of different things. And yeah, just act cool. Don't talk more than them, and they will tell you so much stuff, and you'll just be blown away. It's
I would do that, Eric, if it would stop asking me for autographs. Like, it's awkward, man. Like, I'm not interested. Like, get away from me, man.
Yeah.
Like, enough. I for a brief shining moment, like with some of these guys, for a brief shining moment, I understand what the bro goes through. It's got to be tough. It's got to be tough, man. So I don't even know. Like, it's weird. Zach says, you're a fan, but you realize it's just random strangers they don't know. Yeah. I don't feel that I'm owed anything by any of these people. And it is kind of a transactional thing for a lot of them because they will meet a lot of people and they will meet people that will fawn over them. They'll meet people that, again, want something. What I like having this memorabilia and stuff like that. And I actually really like autographs. Like the key to a lot of the collection. Again, I just showed off a bunch of these. I have, I had to count here. Hold on. I have now, with the new ones, 335 different certified autographs. 335 different.
That's crazy.
That is certified autographs. That is not counting stuff like this. Autograph pucks, all kinds of. That is just cards. Certified autograph cards.
Yeah.
I got enough shit, bro. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't need another one in my life. I like it. It's fun for me. But I don't need another one. Like, one more is not going to make a difference one way or the other.
But if you let's just say, that time when he was at the expo a year or two ago, wherever it was, and he was working with Brad on something, and they were going to go out to dinner after, and they invited you. That is where it's kind of cool. Going to meet some guy, shake his hand, and sit in a back room and stare at each other is a little awkward. But like going out to dinner, just like you would with anybody, that's when it really gets interesting. When I'm out to dinner with these guys and they're just regular guys and drinking beers and eating pizza or whatever the hell it is we're doing.
Eric, why do you want me to treat Mike McDaniel like shit? Like, listen, you worthless piece of trash. For the last time, I want that piece of bread. You will not fucking touch that, or I will end you. I will end you, bro.
Again, you have to kind of hold yourself together and just be like, this guy's no different than me. And you find out they're very normal.
I believe I just conveyed that concept. It's like, I will end you, bro. You will leave that role alone. It belongs to me.
Yeah, they're very normal. They, put their pants on the same way. And the couple of people that were like, don't you know who I am? Kind of elitist jackasses. Very, I've only been a couple of them. It definitely takes away from it. But since the majority of them are just really great guys, it's a lot of fun. I have a fun job at times, that's for sure.
There you go.
If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be best friends with Marcel.
Wow, that's like 6 bests. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So Robert, you're saying best guy Eric met was probably the homeless Forsberg guy. Exactly. That dude he claimed was Peter Forsberg. It was actually just homeless beggar on the side of the street. It was crazy.
Don't be jealous.
That was amazing.
Don't be jealous.
I met plenty of homeless people looking for Peter Forsberg.
Don't be jealous.
And half of them actually claim they're Peter Forsberg. It's great. Like, it's pretty awesome. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good. I kill me sometimes.
Me and Pete. I call him Pete.
I'm sure you do.
Me and Big Pete, actually. That's what I call him. Me and Big Pete, we're having a good time hanging out. Lost track of time, and we're like, I gotta go out to dinner with this Carlos guy. I gotta go.
And he's like, I totally understand, Eric. I gotta go back under my bridge and beg for change. He's like, see you later, bro. Much love.
Yeah. Life's tough when you have to hang out with Hall of Famers. It's not easy, man.
Listen, you hanging out with the Burrell is not a thing. Look, I understand. Like, there is no like the Garage of Knowledge Hall of Fame yet. Like, I don't think we can call Bobby a Hall of Famer. I think that's still inappropriate.
Right.
Well, we could get to that point, but I don't know if it's like official.
No, but he's not in the Hall of Fame yet. But he's definitely
like right now. I don't think they've developed the Hall of Fame to make that fit yet. We're still work in progress. I still hope. I think this could come any day now. I think being acknowledged is going to really help. First step, critical first step. Huh?
Don't get me started. Don't get me started on that crap again.
Just saying, critical first step. So one more thing then. I know a couple of you answered. So was anybody else, just before we wind her down here, did anybody else pick up anything this week? Anything interesting? I opened it up. I was curious.
I picked this up today.
Boobior.
1968 Boobior. It's in really good shape. The picture's a little off, right center, but the card isn't diamond cut, so it's the right shape and everything. Corners are good. Coloring is great. There's no creases or anything, no dings, no scratches. It's in really, really great shape. It just except that in 1968, the cards really sucked. They did a really bad job with them. and it's just a little kind of, it's not centered. It's kind of falling on down. It's kind of angled. The picture's a little angled. But with the O-Pee-Chee ones, those things are like diamond cut. They're so bad. But this is a Tops. It's in good shape. I have a affection with these because this was the first Bobby Orr card I ever got. I got a banged up version when I was like 14. I told the story before. I got the whole team set for like $21 in like 1988. And I was afraid that my parents were going to be upset that I spent $21 at the card shop. So I made a deal with the card, shop owner that if my parents were going to get mad at me, I could return it for my money. He said, yeah, no problem. But what was cool was I went home and they weren't happy about me spending the $21. But when I showed them what I got, all of their memories of the Big Bad Brumans in the 70s started coming out, and they thought it was super cool. So they didn't make me go and return it and get my money back. So this was the first Bobby Orr card I ever bought in that whole team set. So now when the price is right and they're in good enough shape, I pick them up.
Indeed. That, and also we got to remember that your parents did understand the Big Bad Bruins, and they knew about the legend of Bobby Orr, and they knew that if for some reason they rejected that card and forced you to bring it back, they would be horrifically murdered, much like Bobby Orr's other victims. Allegedly.
Yeah,
so
allegedly.
We did kind of we did touch on that earlier tonight. So that is a thing. Again, one of the wonderful stories that if you get a chance to talk to Bobby Orr and he's comfortable with you, he can tell you about the various people he murdered.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly. So, that's good. It's always a good thing. Settler fan says, I picked up no cards, but a couple of collectible vintage military rifles.
Oh, nice.
Not a knife guy like Eric, though. Knives. Indeed. So I think we've done quite well. We've done quite well this evening with our not national coverage. We've correctly covered the area of not national.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So hopefully y'all enjoyed. It's been good throughout the evening. Appreciate those of you who have chimed in the chat. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance really to reach out to anybody that was in one of those things. But at this point, honestly, there's really two camps based on what I've seen. One is the old that are starting to keel over and may already be dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The other ones are ones that are currently trapped underneath the catacombs of their Airbnb because they've realized, wait a minute, we've got this pool table. It was a trap. It's actually sealed in, and we have no way of getting out. So this really goes one of two ways.
Yeah. And everyone smells like BO or worse. Like they live.
Could be.
Like possible. Like they're from a piggery.
That is a thing that you have said. Yes. These are words that came out of your mouth. This is true. Piggery. So we've got that going for us. Jeff here says, picked up the Iserman 96-97 Upper Game jersey. That's a nice one. I wanted one for a long time. Very nice. Very nice. Good stuff. Zach here, have a good night. Have a good night to you too. Good night, I would say, especially coming from credited figures in books and Eric. That's right.
That's not nice. That's not
nice. Facts.
That's not nice.
On that bombshell, we shall call it an evening. I thank you all for joining us for our, what is this, like fourth annual not national coverage? I don't even know. At this point. I got to figure. Look, we're 198 live episodes in on the current count situation. We are 2 away from 200, and hopefully Eric doesn't send any more text messages to get us canceled. Hopefully, we can only hope. Podcast episode coming up early next week. In the meantime, enjoy the rest of your weekend. People on the East Coast, you're already on Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. People on the West Coast, Name and others, enjoy yourselves. Still hours left, and we got that. Before I go, though, I'm going to read the last couple of comments. Refractor Jones, good evening. I'm going to hear so I don't have to watch this at 5x 3/4 speed again. That's right. Do your thing. Make sure you hit the like button. Refractor Jones, Eric's paying for it. Have a good night, Lapper. Have a good night, Jeff. And have a good night, Justin. Everyone, have a good night. Enjoy your national if you're one of those people. And by the way, if you're one of those people in the national who didn't have us on when you should have had us on, I don't care if you're watching or not. I don't give a crap if you watch this. You click it on, you let it play, and you hit the like button. Do these things, all of these things. All of them. Eric
Not
agrees.
all. Not all.
Have a good one, Dave. Have a good night, everybody. Enjoy. Catch you the next one.
Thanks, everybody.